Jai Bhalat Maharaj, Jai Parad Maharaj, Parad Maharaj, Jai Parad Maharaj. Jai Lakshmi Singho, Jai Lakshmi Singho, Lakshmi Singho, Jai Lakshmi Singho. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya, Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev ki Jai, Shri Bhagavan Nrsingadev ki Jai, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki Jai. Thank you, Prabhu. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Bhakti Vibhav ki. The first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Swagatam, welcome to this Bhakti Vibhav. And we're going to sing Krishna Lila Stava. I don't know if you're aware. It's an excerpt from the book of Sanatana Goswami entitled Krishna Lila Stava. Perhaps other pictures were in the yeah. Sarva Sashakti Viyutam Sarva Vedikasat Phalam Salasidantaratnadiyam Sarva Loke Kadri Pradam. So what we'll do is, I like it better this way, we recite the English after each and every slok. So you can you can read the English. Any one of you, we can take turn. Or Srimad Bhagavatam or Nikturchan. Can you see? You can read out. Anyone can read out the first slok in English.
O Srimad Bhagavatam, who make the churn from the ocean of all the Vedic scriptures, O most prominent transcendent fruit of all the Vedas, O you who are enriched with the jewels of all spiritual philosophical conclusions, O you who grant spiritual vision to all the people of the world.
Yes, you start here because now we have to go to the second one. The second one starts here. Sava Bhagavad Pran, Shrimad Bhagavad Prabhu, Yalidvanto Vitaditya, Shri Krishna Parivartita.
O life breath of the righteous and the devotees, O Lord, you are the sun which has arisen to dispel the darkness of the dark. You are actually for Krishna.
Paramananda Patarya Prendakshya Shradayate Savada Savaseyaya Shri Krishnaya Namastume.
O Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore respectful of relationship and you. By reading you, one attains transcendental bliss, for your syllables bring pure love of God in the reader. You are always to be served by everyone, for you are an incarnation of Lord Krishna.
Bandhu Matsangi Maguru Madmahadana Vanishkara Karma Dagya Madhanandana. Go ahead, anyone? Yeah, oh my only friend.
O my only friends, O my companion, O my teacher, O my great wealth, O my deliverer, O my good fortune, O my bliss, I offer respectful obeisances unto you.
Asadhu Satadayin Nati Nichochatarakam Anamsa Kadashima Ekantayosura.
O stream of abundance, O giver of saintliness to the unsaintly, O uplifter of the very fallen, please do not ever leave me. Please become manifest upon my heart and my throat, accompanied by pure love of Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we recite the standard prayers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Sharakaya Chakshu Militam Yena Tashmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupam Kadamayam Dadati Shkapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Shri Guru Vaishnavam Sa Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sanjivam Sadvaitam Savadvitam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabando Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gurangi Radhe Vrindavane Hari Vrishabhanusute Devi Panamani Hari Priye Vanchakalpa Tarubhyasha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna. So we're going to start the 15th chapter. By the way, I'm going to be using Srimad Bhagavatam. Do you know this book?
Yes.
Gauranga Darshan Prabhu, excellent book. He has done a whole series. I strongly invite you to, when you teach, when you study, this is excellent. So what is the connection between the chapter 14 and 15? Yes, Prabhu. Let me get the names right. Let me first make sure that Kripa Sindhu Guru. Muni Dragan Prabhu. Subhadra Prabhu. Yashodhati Nanda. Okay. Sunshine Guru. There. Mahabali Guru. Yes. So, what's the connection between chapter 14 and 15? When did you study chapter 14? How long ago? It's very question. Yes, Guru.
Maharaj Yudhishthira inquired about, superficially about Arjuna's well-being, and ultimately, how can we speak about how Krishna left the planet, or if Krishna left the planet, and chapter 15 will be Arjuna's response to that question.
Thank you, Guru. Don't make noise, because you should switch. If you don't speak, better you turn off you tune up, you turn off yourself. Okay, there's some noise coming in. Okay, yes. So everyone wants to add up to what we say. You agree with this analysis? Pretty much. Did you notice one thing also? In the beginning of chapter 14, Yudhishthira is very sharp. He's a great emperor, Chakravarti, the emperor of the whole. What is his domain of sovereignty? Do you know? Maharaj Yudhishthira? Does he rule just over India, over the planet Earth? What is his domain? It's Kshetra. Yes, Guru.
Or Bharatavarsha?
Even more, Shambuti. Can you imagine? They are not like, in France we have Louis XIV, Louis XVI. These are small islands. Those kings, even Maharaj Parikshit, rules over the whole island. Extremely powerful. And what did it detect? Remember, chapter 14 is speaking with being. Remember, being Prabhu? And what did it detect already in the kingdom? They detect omens. Like what? Can you name a few omens? Yes, Prabhu?
Eternal time is turning backwards.
Exactly. Go ahead, Prabhu.
Thunder without clouds.
Yeah. Yes,
The seasons were changing.
exactly.
Whose character was not so good anymore.
The character of the living beings. So many bad omens doesn't smell good. When did Kali Yuga kick in? Kali Yuga, when did it kick in exactly? Yes, Prabhu.
When the Brahmins got degraded, especially then.
Yes, but very in terms of timely start of the Kali Yuga, when did it start? Yes,
When the Brahman son cursed.
that's the effect. Kali Yuga started way before that.
When Krishna left the planet.
Yes, but to be even more specific, there's one verse in the first canto. Yes, so the sometime was when exactly?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Sometimes I heard at the Battle of Kurukshetra.
Excellent. This is the answer. The Kali Yuga was started at battle during the battle, but how come it didn't intervene before? How come the effects were not present? Yes,
Because Krishna was still good.
of course. That's important. And even who was in charge along with Krishna was not technically part of the kingdom, he was in Dwarka. Even when Maharaj Yudhishthira was around, is there any hope? Is there any scope for Kali Yuga to intervene? No, no way. But you're right, mentioned that someone, I think it was you probably, that the effect when it is going to take place, the first effect will be the curse of Trinity. Yeah. And Arjun came back, but what was the state of affair of Arjun? How did he look like?
Dejected.
Dejected. Paul McCartney used to sing, "I'm not half the man I used to be." There's a song of Beatles. "I'm not half the man I used to be." So have you seen the state of affair of Arjun? He's thin, he's pale, he's dejected. And you have seen how Maharaj Yudhishthira shoot around the breeze, he shot around the breeze, he's asking so many questions, but they're not asking the key question. What is the key question?
If Krishna leaves the planet.
They're so Krishna conscious that they're not asking this question. So they're going all around the world because he can see my brother is finished. So he's asking so many questions in chapter 14. But he can surmise the worst. He doesn't speak it out, but he surmises the worst. There could be only one reason why Arjun is so much dejected. So we're going to discuss in this chapter and the astounding powers that Arjun was endowed with. So don't worry, by the way, I'm going to stick to your question bank. Kanai Krishna Prabhu gave me the question bank, so I will address all the questions that you guys are going to have to answer. Don't worry about that. So we're going to discuss that the Lord is perfect in his relationship. What to speak of a devotee of that caliber? Is Arjun, tell me about Arjun briefly. Is he what is his status? Is he a Jivatma? Is he a Nitya Bada like us? Is he a Nitya Siddha? What do you think? What is the status of Arjun? Can we become Arjun? You and me. Can we become Arjun? Yes, Prabhu?
So I understand it. You know, so Nitya Siddha.
It's a Nitya Siddha. We cannot become Arjun. They are called Vishnu Parikar. You understand? Vishnu Parishad, companions of the Lord. You cannot become Arjun. You cannot become Bhim. You cannot become Kunti. They are eternal associates. There's one letter of Srila Prabhupada in 1968. He's writing to Koshalaya Mataji. He's saying very explicitly in that letter, Arjun is always in the Boma Lila. Always. Kunti, Arjun. He mentioned those two names. They never go back to the spiritual world. Did you know? Yes, Prabhu. Vijay. Sanjay.
I have a question about that. Don't, it seems that the inhabitants of Vrindavan, they also always join Krishna's Goma Lila. So what is the difference between them and the Pandavas? It seems that they seem to be distinguished from.
Yeah, there's different types of lila. Arjun is not part of Braj Lila, definitely. But they always bounce off from one Nitya Lila, I would say, you know, Boma Lila to the next. This is the state of affair of Arjun and Kunti. They can duplicate themselves unlimitedly. So we're going to discuss that. This is the theme of chapter 15. The Lord is perfect in his relationship with his devotees. He reciprocates perfectly, and he bestows all opulence, all powers for the accomplishment of his mission. And we're going to discuss why Arjun lost everything. There's a reason for that also. On the part of Arjun, they cannot bear. They cannot bear the separation. It's called Vipralam. So what I propose, we're going to read. How did you manage with the others? You were reading the Sanskrit and the English? Or?
Sometimes.
Yeah, because see, I'm not used to teaching that fast. So I have to get used to that. Today we have to do one chapter. So what I propose, we read the English, and we will definitely concentrate a lot on the questions of pertaining to your exercise. So let's read, we can take turns. Let's read 115.1 in English directly.
Sukha Goswami said, Arjuna, the celebrated friend of Sri Krishna, was grief-stricken because of his strong feeling of separation from Krishna. Over and above all Maharaj Yudhishthira's speculative inquiries.
Yes. So this is quite straightforward. You can carry on. We'll stop at 4. I mean, you take turns. Huh?
Due to grief, Arjuna's mouth and lotus-like heart had dried up. Therefore his body lost all luster. Now, remembering the Supreme Lord, he could hardly utter a word in reply.
With great difficulty, he checked the tears of grief that smeared his eyes. He was very distressed because Lord Krishna was out of his sight. And he increasingly felt affection for him.
Remembering Lord Krishna and his well wishes, benefactions, intimate familial relations, and his charity, Arjuna, overwhelmed and breathing very heavily, began to speak.
Yes. So you can see here it's mentioned Krishna Vishlesh Karshitaha. It's mentioned in 1. Krishna Vishlesh Karshitaha. It's extremely bereaved. So the question under study here, according to your manual, by the way, you interrupt me if you cannot understand my English. Feel free, because it's not my mother tongue. So list some of the ways the Lord perfected his mood of friendship with Arjuna. And this is what I've got here. What are the ways? It's mentioned in this section under study, especially in 4. the different ways Arjuna perfected his mode of friendship. The Lord, sorry, perfected his mode of friendship with Arjuna. Friendship means which rasa? Sakya, no? Sakya rasa. So within Sakya, you find sub-levels as well. But here it's mentioned in 4. What are the different ways the Lord perfected his friendship with Arjuna? You just have to score the purport. It's not difficult. Yes, Prabhu?
He arranged the marriage of Arjuna and with his sister Subhadra. Krishna became the chariot driver of Arjuna and he installed the Pandavas as kings of the world.
Yeah, excellent. And I would say, the Lord is really personal with his devotee friends. His dealings with Arjuna are Sakya, displays of the highest order. Can you imagine you are a Jivatma, you marry? Is Subhadra a Jivatma? Yes or no? No, she's Shaktita. Yeah, she's Shaktitadva, she's Yogamaya. I mean, can you imagine a Jivatma is marrying a Shaktitadva? That itself is mind-boggling, isn't it? So that gives you a clue, an inkling on the position of Arjuna. You follow? Who do you think Krishna will entrust his own sister to any Tambik and Hari? So just imagine the closeness of Arjuna to Krishna. Krishna, and even we know the story. Arjuna is going to kidnap Subhadra. So just imagine, he's part of the entourage of Krishna. Yeah, you got it right, Prabhu. And also the Pandavas. Krishna wanted the Pandavas to rule over. So can you imagine? I mean, how many people died during the battle?
640.
Many reasons, but one of the reasons is just to reinstate who? In charge of the whole island of Jambudvip? Who's that person who's going to be reinstated? Maharaj Yudhishthira. So do you think Krishna is sentimental? Killing 640 million to reinstate one person. Just imagine how dear, how concerned he is by the proper administration of the planet, of the island. Okay. You stop me in case you have any things that agitate your mind. 5, we can read 5. I would say each time we are dealing with a particular question of the manual, let's read the Sanskrit. Arjuna Vach, Vanshitoham Maharaj, Harina Bandhurupina, Viname Paritam Tejo, Devas Vizmatanam Mahat.
Arjuna said, O king, the supreme personality of God and Hari, who treated me exactly like an intimate friend, has left me alone. Thus, my astounding power, which astonished even the demigods, is no longer with me.
So the question was here, why did the Lord withdraw Arjuna's special powers? So many reasons are presented. We can name a few. I detected 5. Yes, Prabhu, Mahabhavi. Can you think, why did he withdraw?
It was a plan of the Lord, you can say that.
Yeah. Yes, Prabhu.
Because Krishna gave to Arjuna his powers to fulfill a mission. When his mission was fulfilled, to come for his throne.
Yeah. Do you need great military powers to go back to Garden? No, obviously not. Okay. And I would say, did Arjuna ever think that he got all these things on his own accord, all these powers? Did you notice, even in the Gita or elsewhere in Mahabharata, that Arjuna got arrogant having those powers? No, he understood very. Give me a quote from the Gita that Arjuna is totally knowledgeable that he got his powers from Krishna. Can you think of a quote, and or even from Bhagavatam, a passage that indicates Arjuna is very conscious that I've been empowered by Krishna. It's not me of my own accord. Nimitra Bhava Savya Sachin. Remember Gita, 11th chapter. Nimitra Bhavan. Become, my dear Arjuna, you become Nimitra Bhavan, but an instrument in my hands. So in other words, Arjuna is like a glove on the hands of Krishna. This is the proximity. You put a glove. The glove is doing the action of the hand. So this is our closing. Krishna says in the Gita, amongst the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. What else? You mentioned Prabhu, Kripa Sindhu Prabhu, that's a very good point. No need of military powers. And another point I noticed in 5. Yes, Prabhu. Mahabharata. Bhavi?
I don't know if it's mentioned in the purpose, but it keeps a person humble.
It gives what?
One becomes reminded that actually the power is from the Lord by Krishna taking it away.
Yeah, definitely. It is implicitly understood. Another thing I got here, he wants to take away his companions with him. We're going to see. And what's the title of the chapter? Krishna is about to leave. Immediately, they leave on the spot. So that's the intention. They are part of the same, it's like a theatrical group, band. They're touring the world, different cities. They're having a good success. And then the main hero leaves, Krishna, all the troop is gone. And they will say, no, we don't play this drama anymore. We finish the drama. So exactly like that. What else can we say? And then the conclusion, I would say, of 5 is good. Huh? The conclusion of Srila Prabhupada at the end of 5, what does he say? While, the verse Krishna Shakti, Vinanaye, Ta, Pravartan. Unless we are empowered by Krishna, we cannot preach. Can you do anything in Krishna consciousness of your own accord? You have to be empowered a little bit. You cook, you want to clean the temple thoroughly, you have to be empowered. You have Krishna, okay, I'll give you the Shakti because it's my temple. I want you to clean it well. So, and Prabhupada mentions here, while we have the powers, we better use them in Krishna consciousness. Yukta Vairagya. So this is the lesson. Okay, let's move on. 6, just read the English.
I remember one quote from Bhagavad Gita. Krishna says to Arjuna, if you don't do this, now you will misuse my friendship.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. 6.
I have just lost him through separation for a moment. So render all the universes unfavorable and void, like bodies without life.
Yeah. And then basically, Vanshita. Let's go to 7 because 7 there's a lot to say.
Only by his merciful strength was I able to vanquish all the lusty princes assembled at the palace of King Draupadi for the selection of the bridegroom. With my bow and arrow I could pierce the fish target and thereby gain the hand of Draupadi.
Exactly. So this is the question here, and it's quite pertaining to a long haul, up to 17. What we can do actually, the next question will be list examples of the Lord showing favor to Arjuna and the Pandavas. So what I suggest, let's read through 17. Then we'll go back and discuss.
Once he was near me, it was possible for me to conquer with great dexterity the powerful King of Heaven, Italy, along with his demigod associates, and those unable to fire God, devastate the Kandava forest. And only by his grace was the demon named Maya saved for the blazing Kandava forests. And those we could build our assembly house of wonderful architectural workmanship, where all the princes assembled during the performance of Raja Surya Yajna and paid your tributes.
Your respectable younger brother, who possesses the strength of 10,000 elephants, killed by his grace, Jalasan, whose feet were worshipped by many kings. These kings had been brought for sacrifice in Jalasanda's Mahabhairava, but they were thus released. Later they paid tribute to your majesty.
It was he only who loosened the hair of all the wives of the miscreants who dared open the cluster of your queen's hair, which had been nicely dressed and sanctified for the great Rajasuya sacrificial ceremony. At that time she fell down at the feet of Lord Krishna with tears in her eyes.
During our exile, Durvasa Muni, who eats with his 10,000 disciples, intrigued with our enemies to put us in dangerous trouble. At that time, he, Lord Krishna, simply by accepting the remnants of food, saved us. By his accepting food, thus, the assembly of Munis, while bathing in the river, felt sumptuously fed, and all the three worlds were also satisfied.
It was by his influence only that in a fight I was able to astonish the personality of God, Lord Shiva, and his wife, the daughter of Mount Himalaya. Thus he, Lord Shiva, became pleased with me and awarded me his own weapon. Other demigods also delivered their respective weapons to me, and in addition I was able to reach the heavenly planets in this present body, was allowed a half-elevated seat.
When I stayed for some days as a guest in the heavenly planets, all the heavenly demigods, including King Indradeva, took shelter of my arms, which were marked with the Gandiva bow, to kill the demon named Nivala Takavacha. O King, descendant of Ajamila, at the present moment I envy wrath of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by whose influence I was so powerful.
The military strength of the Pharaohs was like an ocean in which there dwelt many invincible existences, and thus it was insurmountable. But because of his friendship, I seated on the chariot, was able to cross over it, and only by his grace was I able to regain the cows and also collect by force many helmets of the kings, which were bedecked with jewels that were sources of all brilliance.
It was he only who withdrew the duration of life from everyone, and who, in the battlefield, withdrew the speculative power and strength of enthusiasm from the great military phalanx made by the Kauravas, headed by Bhishma, Kama, Drona, Shalya, and several. The arrangement was expert and more than adequate, but he, Lord Shri Krishna, by going forward, did all this.
Great generals like Bhishma, Drona, Karna, Bhishma, Susharma, Shalya, Jayadratha, and Balika all directed their invincible weapons against me. But by his Lord Krishna's grace, they could not even touch a hair on my head. Similarly, Prahlad Maharaj, the supreme devotee of Lord Nrsimhadev, was unaffected by the weapons the demons used against him.
Where did you go ahead?
17. It was by his mercy only that my enemies neglected to kill me when I descended from a chariot to get water from my thirsty waters. And it was due to my lack of esteem for my Lord that I dared engage him as my chariot driver, for he is worshipped and offered services by the best man to attain salvation.
Yes. So now we can discuss, because basically we have a good field discussion. Let's go back to, I would say, 6. This very interesting point in 6. Just as a dead person without life becomes repulsive, and the world which is separated from Krishna, even for a moment, appears repulsive. So, did you notice, and we can have some personal discussion, because remember, all these studies should be relevant to our life, personal application, preaching application. I was trained like this, according to VTE. I don't know if you know Rasmandal Prabhu, 20 years ago from UK. He used to train us up, the TTCs and the VTE, Vaishnav Training Education. We had to cover some aims-driven approach, in opposition to contents. Contents is there, obviously we're studying the contents, but we should also keep in mind that all these studies should be relevant. What can we take out of it to grow spiritually? And preaching application also. How can we equip our tools to preach better? That's the purpose of studies. Mood and mission. What is the mood of Prabhupada? Why Prabhupada opened this movement? What is his intention? What is his mood? Does he have the same mood than any other great acharya from the Gaudiya Math? So, as ISKCON devotees, we should be aware of his mood. Okay? Why devotees leave ISKCON? To go to some other maths. So perhaps they haven't understood what is the mood of Prabhupada. Perhaps they haven't understood the mission of ISKCON. What does Srila Prabhupada intend to do with ISKCON? So these are called aim-driven approach. I used to like this Rasmandal Prabhu. He was very good for instilling in us, instead of just, scoring the contents, like academic circles. Okay, I've done the contents, I'm all set. No, we have also to make sure it's relevant. So 6, do you have anything in mind in your own life that something that used to be attractive became repulsive? A person, situation, did it happen to you? Arjun was, close to Krishna, the whole world was rosy for him, and now everything became repulsive. Vikalpa, samkalpa. Do you have any in your own life, if you want to share, it's always good, anything that turned your minds around? You became turned off totally. Even though the same people before, the same situation used to enthuse you, and now you are turned off. It becomes repulsive. Yes, Prabhu.
The car connection, car accident in my life.
Oh, you had a car accident. And a severe car accident? Very severe?
Yes. Car was too.
And people, they were injured?
Yeah, but not heavy.
And what was the reaction after that? Did you feel repulsed by perhaps driving? Or? Did you get repulsed by driving after that accident?
More conscious. Knowing that section.
Or you felt grateful for having been spared? You could have died and you got sick. So you felt a lot grateful, yeah. Thank you, that's a nice example. Other sharing you want to do on this issue? Something that, or someone, sometimes it's easier with someone. You're attracted to a person and all of a sudden you become, life makes you pulse. You're turned off by this person. You are somewhat you want to avoid this person. Yes, Prabhu. Sanjay.
I can recall that when I became interested in spirituality, I could observe how very abruptly I lost interest in playing football or sports or social relationships. It was like a short time before I got to know the devotees, but even then I could notice that somehow there was a change of mood and the same things which were attractive before they were the same.
Yeah, for how you taste. Sometimes, thank you, Prabhu, when we join, we lose a lot of friends, isn't it? I remember when I joined, there used to be a restaurant in Paris, L'Arbre à Souhait means the desire tree. And I used to hang out, I was a brand new guy. And I used to bring my friends along, And they became enraged. One became enraged. He said, you have to decide between me and this girl. This is a miracle, drop it. He was on my case. And we were good friends, for years. And all of a sudden, I could behold him differently. Even though I was a brand new guy, not even hooked up to Krishna consciousness as yet, but I saw him differently. Krishna gave me a different outlook on him, and I said, wow, I'm loving this, and he hates it. And I just say, I forgot what I said, it was 40 years ago. And I say, we never saw him I never saw him again. Another guy told me, I remember a friend, a colleague from work, he told me, you have to choose between me and Krishna. So, and they were adamant, they were angry at me. So it's like that. Each time we have to go to a higher taste. What else? So the questions under study here is, there's plenty of answers. What is it? List examples of the laws showing favor to Arjuna and the Pandavas. There's plenty of them. You can draw. List examples of the laws showing favor to Arjuna and the Pandavas.
The Lord.
The Lord, yeah. The laws, because it's possessive case, the laws showing favors. There's plenty of it we just read out. Can name a few? Yes, Prabhu.
Arjuna was able to shoot an arrow in a fish's eye hanging on the roof by watching at the surface of a water lecture upside down. This way he wanted and trouble.
Yeah, that's totally beyond human range, to do that. Well, Arjuna is our demigod, you may say. So, yes, what else, Prabhu? Yes. Yashomati Nandan, Prabhu.
He was able that Jarasandha could be killed, so that the kings could be freed.
Yeah, Jarasandha was the strength of 10,000 elephants. Anything else?
Arjuna said, it was possible for me to conquer with great dexterity the powerful king of heaven, Indra, along with his demigod associates, and was unable to fire God to devastate the kanda of the forest. So he could challenge Indra, the most powerful demigod.
Yes, and of course Indra is none other than his father. So they're very close to each other. Because remember the story, there was one demon, he wanted to eat that forest. So, but each time he wanted to eat the forest, who would intervene? Which demigod would intervene?
Fire.
Indra. Indra would pour water on the forest. So there was a tug of war between Indra and Agni. Agni was keen on eating the forest. He's fire himself, so he eats fire. Big forest to be burnt is going to eat a lot of fire. And those demigods themselves approach Krishna and Arjuna just to show you the power of Krishna and Arjuna. And who won the case?
Agni.
Yeah, Agni won the case because he was protected by Krishna and Arjuna. And Indra had to back out, even though he's the father of Arjuna. What is the verse in the Gita? The last shloka of the Gita? Yatra Yogeshvara Krishna Yatra Patu Danudaraha Tatra Shri Vishayubhuti Dhruvani Tirma Tirmama. Last shloka. What does it say? Wherever there is Krishna and Arjuna.
Victory.
Yes, Prabhu?
There is victory.
Victory,
Moral.
moral, mighty power. Danudha. This is Arjuna. Yogeshvara. Krishna. Yeah. I mean, even Shiv. Can you imagine you can defeat Shiv, Lord Shiv, in battle? And on top of that, because he defeated Shiv, Lord Shiv, he was entrusted with weapons of Lord Shiv. I mean, particularly Arjuna, we can safely announce is the most powerful warrior of the planet Earth that the world has ever seen. Of course, we should not diminish who else is stronger than Arjuna on the other camp, in the other camp. Bishop. Arjuna, Prabhupada said in the Gita, being is a figure compared to Bishop. What to speak of Arjuna? Arjuna was less powerful. In terms of strength, physical strength, Arjuna was less powerful than Bhim. Bhim was 7 meters. Remember, we're not in the Kali Yuga. We are 6'2", I'm 6'2", you know, 6'3", big guy 6'4". But in Dwapara Yuga, 15 feet. I don't know if you have been to Ekat Chakra. I was in India in March. I saw the gillamp of Queen Kunti, what she was offering to the Lord. You find a few vestiges there. The gillamp is that big. You cannot carry it along. I saw it just in March. I was there. I catch it. Kunti. She's offering the gillamp. Oh, there's something wrong here. Not the same size. As simple as that. Not the same size. What else can we say in terms of examples? And it's a long list. Now, in 8, very interesting point in 8, look it up. 115.8. This is, sometimes I will draw from Vishwanath, Chakravarti Thakur, and Jiv Goswami. I've got their commentaries. Yes, Subal Gopal Prabhu.
He said Maldanava was saved from the Kandava prose, and
Yeah.
then he built an assembly house for constructed assembly house for the
Yes. But there's a point, perhaps it's not mentioned by Srila Prabhupada. Vishwanath explained Archat in the Sanskrit of 8. Archat, by his inconceivable influence, he took away their prarabdha karma. By his beauty, he stole their minds. By showing his power, he took away their enthusiasms to fight. In other words, Krishna is so kind that he's going to take away their prarabdha karma in the other camp. You follow? Prarabdha karma means their manifested karma. We are going through a prarabdha karma now. We have our body. The body is the evidence of our prarabdha karma. You follow? Prarabdha karma means manifest karma. Your body, my body, this is the proof. This is the evidence that our body is our karma. It's prarabdha. So Vishwanath explained Krishna, by his inconceivable power, he took away their prarabdha karma of the other camp to reduce their longevity. He took away their enthusiasms to fight. Yes, Prabhu?
in verse 8 or
For me, it's 8. Vishwanath mentions that in 8. It could be appearing in different purports. Huh?
You said a word, a Sikh word also? Specific Sikh word?
Archat. Archat. Is it in 8?
It's 15.
Oh, see, I got it wrong. It appears okay, sorry about that. Archat does it appear in 15?
The last one.
Actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right, sorry. He withdrew. Yeah, thank you. I got people too. He withdrew. So he withdrew what? He withdrew their longevity, their prarabdha karma, their enthusiasms to fight. Logically speaking, the Kauravas should have won. They're much bigger in number. Huh? And I mean, they got Bhishma. They got Guru Kripa. I mean, Guru Drona. Guru Drona, you cannot kill him unless he wants to. He wants to be killed. Bhishma, same, you cannot kill Bhishma. They decide on their own death. You cannot kill these people. So it's totally off balance. Krishna very subtly, he intervened in the others' camp, minds. They lost their sharpness of mind. By his glance, he took away their ability to take up weapons. See? He intervened subtly inside. Their senses became more dull. They were not as good as handling the weapons as before. Krishna diminished their skills just for the sake of pleasing Arjuna, just for the sake of helping Arjuna. So now let's discuss about rasas. It appears in 11, I believe. Turn to 11. No, actually, it's not 11. It says, anyway, somewhere it appears. It's called Rasa Sandhi. What's the meaning of Rasa Sandhi? It's good. I've heard some Rasa Sandhi. We see that also in the Gita. Rasa Sandhi. You know this term? Overlapping of rasas. So did you notice in that section that we just read? Arjuna is saying, I felt bad. I realized I humiliated him. Did you notice? Same story in the Gita 11th chapter. I became so close. We used to dine together. Sometimes we'd sleep on the same bed. And at one point it appears here also. Did you notice Arjuna feels a little bad? So it's called Rasa Sandhi. What is the rasa of Arjuna? It's called Stariba. And Stariba means his natural rasas. We discussed before Sakya. Sakya Prema. He's a pure devotee in Sakya. But when he mentions, in which verse does he mention that? He mentions that he feels a bit uneasy that he was so close to Krishna. What happened is his Sakya Prema rasa becomes covered up. You follow? He becomes, his Sakya is receding, and he becomes more aware of the majesty of God. You follow? And because he becomes aware of the majesty of God, his Sakya is receding away, and he becomes more into Dasya. You follow? And he feels bad. Oh, I'm treating him like my friend. Because in terms of social ladder, Arjuna is higher than Krishna, isn't it? What is the position of Arjuna? Who is the father of Arjuna?
Indra.
Yeah, in terms of Pandu. And Pandu is the emperor. emperor of all the Kuru dynasty. And our Krishna compared to Arjuna is the son of Vasudeva. Vasudeva is the minister. You follow? Vasudeva is much lower than Arjuna in terms of social ranking by far. So he remembers all these things. Sometimes he used to joke with Krishna, "Oh, how are you, my friend?" And he was a bit having this sentiment of superiority, you know? And Krishna would remind him, he's my everybody. And now that he sees, it occurs to him, wow, I was so close to him. Perhaps I made some friends. So it means his Sakya is going away from him. And we see that in the chapter we have, you recall. And then, even when he sees the Virat Rupa, it is the same story. He becomes enamored, he becomes, first of all, he becomes in wonderlands, wonders, totally stupefied. And then, what is the next rasa? It becomes fearful, frightened. And practically on his knee and shedding tears. The big warrior. And then, the same story is Sakya friend is receding away from him. He becomes guilty. I made a mistake. I was so close to him, and he's God himself. I can see Virat Rupa. So it's called rasa sandhi when there is an overlapping of rasa. But Krishna, what does he want? What does he prefer? What does he prefer? Does he prefer Arjuna when he's into Dasya Bhav? Or does he want his purity in Sakya? Yeah. And we sing every year in Naman and Shara, Satchit, Ananda. I mean, that song, Lord Damodar is saying, remember? Like one of the last shlokas, he said, I'm afraid that unless and until, as long as you entertain dasya, respect, ishvarya, and so on, I'm afraid they will go back to work. You know that something? It's very clear. As long as we have this vow, we can go back to the good, no rules, but we cannot go back. So that's why Krishna by far is very much more keen that Arjuna is. As soon as the Dasya Bhav appeared, Vishwanath explained, that caused the natural Sakya Bhav to recede, just like the tide is receding. Thus Arjuna sees, this is Vishwanath, Arjuna sees that it was offensive to engage Krishna as his charioteer. But Krishna did it out of love. Do you know one thing Mahabharata explained? Do you know how Krishna or Arjuna would tell orders to Krishna during the battle?
We heard just last week that he was on the shoulder, but I heard that before that he was kicking on the side here. Either here or here.
Yeah, because see, Arjuna is on higher pedestal, Krishna is lower as a charioteer. So you're right, on the right, turn right and on the left, turn right. Who can do that? You see, keeping on the shield. Trust in the thing again, the type of relationship. So now it feels, if you're not explaining, it feels offensive. I do it. I mean, I was so, it's a severe mistake, a severe blunder on my part. And it's mentioned here. Great souls worship Krishna for liberation. I didn't worship him. See, what happened is Sakya is receding, his Dasya Bhav is taking over. Right? But listen to the mercy he showed me. I'm such an offender. Nice example. Remember when at one point the horses of Arjuna were thirsty. And Arjuna had to stop. We have to give water to the horses. And even when Arjuna is shot an arrow in the ground, remember? And the horses quenched their thirst. How can the one shot him? He's in the middle of a battlefield. So people got bewildered. This is the point of Vishwanath here. At that time, the enemies could not attack me because by his influence, Krishna's influence, their minds lost concentration. So you can see times and times again, Krishna helped Arjuna on a very subtle level. At the end of the battle, you know the story, yeah? Arjuna told Krishna, you please step down from the chariot first. And what did Krishna say? Arjuna is telling, please, my Lord, step down.
Krishna tells Arjuna to first step down
Why?
because the cart will explode.
That cloud could have been, smothered to ashes many times. Many times. Krishna was keeping it together, assembling the matter together, because for the sake of Arjuna. This is the love. This is love. So, this is the point. Okay, anything else you want to say? Yes, Prabhu.
And what is about the fact that the Krishna teacher took a small amount of food from the pots and then all the brahmanas in the Western community felt satisfied?
Oh yeah, you're asking the story behind that?
Yeah, no, it's those belongs to it. Those.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite an amazing feat. Remember that part of property, as long as she doesn't eat, anyone can be invited. As soon as she eats, but there was a tiny bit of food. This is Krishna. Krishna he loves suspense. In Numayapur, it's I would say off the class, but with Numayapur was lost. I was part of that adventure. Numayapur was auctioned off on February 1489. Millions of francs of debt. Checking the time because, yeah, millions of francs. How can you collect millions? We owe money to everything, to the government, to the banks, to the local suppliers. Bhagavan didn't bother to pay the bills sometimes. And we recovered Numayapur. That's totally. I was part of that team. It was spearheaded by Bhakti Charu Maharaj. It was a worldwide campaign, collecting everywhere. Harikesh perhaps gave something. Ambarish Prabhu, Advaita Chandra in New Zealand. Madhvacharya, the tipi in those days, Prabhu, he had a worldwide campaign. And I remember in 91, it was the last leg of the collect. We had a campaign to collect we had borrowed money in UK, we had to pay it back with interest. It was that venture. It was not possible by human calculation. ISKCON was burnt out. ISKCON was blacklisted in France. There was no ISKCON. ISKCON disappeared. We had to recreate another entity. Can you imagine? You are in an auction. Your property is lost. Another party is bidding to get your property. How can the loser again bid? We went there in a disguise. Disguise. The GBC were disguised. And we were bidding on the property that we had lost through a different entity. See, it's like a movie. A very intelligent devotee, Sarati Prabhu, he created SCI printer. ISKCON was no more. He created that entity, which is a legal entity, enabling us to buy properties. Through that entity, we bought again Numayapur. And we just lost Numayapur. Just imagine the tour de force. It's mind-boggling. You lost something, it's lost. doesn't belong to you, and it's being, you bang it against a different person. This is what happened in 19, we finished in 19. And Manimayapo is, from that time, is back within the fold of ISKCON. So it can only, those things can only be possible by the grace of Krishna. It's not humanly possible. There's a deadline, the amount is enormous amount, millions. Those days it was not euros, it was francs. So you can see even today miracles happen, just like here, it happens for Arjuna. On a lesser level, okay, but still. Do you have any, is there any miracles pertaining to the German Yatra? I don't know so much the German Yatra story. I don't know.
It was the buying of this place, the whole place. It was like a miracle that they wanted to move those who own this place. And then on the day after Christmas, they banged on the door and said, "Oh, we heard that you want to sell, maybe to sell this." And then because it was after Christmas, they were very old, so they sold it.
Oh,
Because they thought it was God sent, and it actually
which year was that?
79.
39. Oh. See, we have to understand this movement is led by Mahaprabhu. This is not an ordinary movement. You're not inside an ordinary movement. It's not a material movement. The leaders of this movement are different, in a different dimension. Mahaprabhu, the whole group, look at your group around, I mean, our whole group. They're all manjaris coming from the spiritual world. This is a movement of transcendental. When we say transcendental movement, it means what? What does it mean, transcendental? Beyond Utpam, beyond matter. So we are led by transcendental personalities. And the latest is Srila Prabhupada. They don't belong to this world. And they're acting on behalf of Mahaprabhu. We join the transcendental movement. It's not like transcendental meditation. There's a movement called like this. Are they transcendental? Are they led by Mahaprabhu? No, it's just a misuse of the term transcendental meditation. ISKCON is transcendental. We may be, as individuals, we may not be totally transcendental, yes, but the entity is transcendental. Prabhupada said in the 10th canto, but when Yashoda delivered baby Krishna, he said, ISKCON is the baby of Krishna. There's one purport, amazing purport, in the beginning of the 10th canto. Yashoda delivered baby Krishna, and Krishna delivered the baby ISKCON. The baby Mahaprabhu, Krishna and Mahaprabhu did not different. So we are a baby of Mahaprabhu. We are a baby of the entity of ISKCON. It's a baby of Krishna. And the caretaker is Prabhupada. When we keep that in mind, we understand, oh, I'm going through ups and downs, not easy. But at least we're at the right place, right time. So that should keep us going, because according to our level of consciousness, sometimes we are anishtita, we are unstable as yet. But at least intellectually, philosophically, we should understand there's great hope for the world and for me if I stick to this movement, because it's being led, it's being orchestrated from higher above. Bhagavatam, look at this literature. Do you know any other literature? I joined because of Bhagavatam. Shrinvatam Shadaya Nitya, Grinatas Vacheshtitam, Kalina Naditirgana, Bhagavan Vishate Vidi, 284. Shrinvatam Shadaya Nitya, if we have great Shraddha, faith in Bhagavatam, Shrinvatam Shadaya Nitya, regularly, Grinatas Vacheshtitam, we study earnestly, Karena Natitirgana, in no time, Bhagavan Vishate Riddhi, Bhagavan will manifest in the heart. You may say, well, Bhagavan is in my heart already. But Paramatma is in your heart, yes, but Bhagavan is different. Paramatma and Bhagavan is different. So this is the fruit of the Shruti file of Bhagavatam. We're going to be taken care of by Krishna in the form of Bhagavatam. Okay, what else you want to say on this section? We're supposed to finish at 12, so let's see if I have more stuff from. Let's see what I have here. Yeah, in regard to Draupadi, let's look at 10. 10. Being made widows of those whose rascal husbands in the assembly untied and pulled the hair. So do you know how many people being killed? Any clue? Beam, how many people did he kill? Beam, 1/4. 1/4. According to Mahabharata, 1/4. It's about, I mean, a rough figure would be 640. Of course, you may say 640. Some of them are part of the Pandavas. I mean, you're talking about a couple of 100 millions. This is what being killed. And Krishna says in the Gita 4:18, one who sees action in inaction, and inaction in action, is well situated. So what is action in inaction? According to 4:18 Bhagavad Gita. You are very active, you're killing even, but you are inactive. Yes, Prabhu?
You do it for Krishna.
Yeah, there's no reaction. It's karma free. If you tell someone in the street, I just killed 200 million persons on behalf of God, and on top of that, I don't get any reaction. What people will say? Just try. Go to the next village and say that. So this is the power of Krishna consciousness. He has killed 200 million persons and he's getting away with murder. This is extremely far out. So now let's listen to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. You made widows of the wives of rascals like Dushashan, by whom your wives, Arjuna is speaking to Yudhishthira, your wife's hair, done up nicely for the bathing ceremony of the Rajasuya sacrifice, was untied and pulled. From Draupadi's face, tears fell on the feet of Krishna, who appeared in her mind by remembrance. So this is the turnover. Up to the disrobing of Draupadi, the Pandavas were forgiving. From that moment onwards, the whole thing changed. And from the time Dushashan disrobed Draupadi, what happened in the mind of the Pandavas? No mercy now. No mercy. There's going to be a war. Even, remember Dhritarashtra, during that phase, Bhishma didn't intervene, Dhritarashtra didn't intervene, and Draupadi, she roared she's a purebred Kshatriya lady, and she came from the fire. She's not human, Draupadi. She's the expansion of Lakshmi. Very powerful. She blasted everyone, even her own husbands. So you cannot even protect me. You're useless. And she admonished everyone. Bhishma was looking down. Guru Drona was looking down. They became slaves of the Pandavas. Remember? And Dhritarashtra, usually Dhritarashtra is always a weakling. Is we say in Hindi, fatu. Fatu means coward. But he got touched. He got touched. He said, yes, you're right, Prabhupada. I'm going to ask any boon. Ask any boon. And she asked, can I get my husband back? He said, yes, grant. Because from that time onwards, the Kuru dynasty got cursed, practically speaking. No one survived. Except Duryodhana survived. And Ajvatama. That was the end of the Kuru dynasty. The Kuru dynasty was the strongest dynasty in Jambudvip. Very powerful dynasty. Anything else you want to discuss? In one sense, I was rushing because I'm not used to teaching so fast, but I finished on time. Usually what I do, because I teach a lot also online, I'm much more thorough for each and every verse, that's what I do. But here, it's a faster pace, so I'm getting used to that. We're supposed to start at 12:15, there's a break, okay? And we can move on a little bit further because it's a big chapter. It's 50 shlok in that chapter. Yeah, perhaps more comments on 14 from Vishwanath. Turn down to look to 14. There's a story with the cows. I don't know if you know that passage in a Mahabharata. The kings, what happened is the Kuru had stolen the cows of King Uddhav. There's a controversy here. Prabhupada says Virat in 14, the king, Virat got his cows stolen by the Kurus. Vishwanath says the Uddhav king. Sometimes acharyas differ. And still, that's quite an amazing feat also. During that time, the Pandavas were in exile. And that's a different story, actually. When the Kurus got attacked by the Gandalfas, I don't know if you know that story. The Pandavas were in exile. And Yudhishthira, they had spies, they had spies. So they would send the spies to the Hastinapur to check on the Kurus, and the Kurus would send spies to check on the Pandavas. So then the spies told Yudhishthira, actually, the Kurus are about to be attacked by the Gandharvas. What is the reaction of Yudhishthira? They are exiled already, they are ostracized. Yudhishthira told his brother, you go and help them out. Just imagine the kripa, the compassion of Yudhishthira. He told his brothers, you go and help them out. Because they are being attacked by the Gandharvas. The brothers protested. They said, no, how can we help our enemies? Bhima, Arjuna, no one agreed. Yudhishthira said, when there is fight within the same family, the family should be very much united. This is our family. And everyone had to comply. Yudhishthira is the big brother. He's Dharmaraj himself. They went, even though they were in exile, they disguised themselves, and the 4 brothers went, except Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira stayed back. They went to help the Kurus fight the Gandharvas, and they won the war. They won the battle. That night, Duryodhana, He understood this is the Pandavas in disguise. Do you know what Duryodhana thought that night? He said, actually, this Yudhishthira is so advanced. I agree, I'm going to give him the kingdom. That night, Duryodhana changed his mind. You know that? Who is behind Duryodhana? Why Duryodhana is such an evil character? There's a particular dynasty behind Duryodhana, always formatting Duryodhana into evil thoughts. The Danavas. The Danavas are behind Duryodhana. They always make sure Duryodhana is evil intention. So that night, after having won the battle against the Gandharvas by the help of the Pandavas, Duryodhana thought to himself, that's it. I'm giving the kingdom to Yudhishthira. He had even concluded, yes, he's such an advanced soul. He could see, he's helping me out, even though I kicked them, I exiled them. How can you be that compassionate? Duryodhana figured, I'm giving the kingdom to them. Danavas came during the night and formatted him. Don't do nonsense. We want you to be evil. Duryodhana, who is Duryodhana? Is extension of Kali. It's an extension of Kali. So that night the Danavas again walked on the mind of Duryodhana to make sure he remains evil. This is another feat also. So what I propose, anyway, we'll stop here because you guys need a break most probably, and we'll start in 15 minutes. Shrimad Bhagavatam ki. So I will put the info into. Okay. Otherwise I read it, no one wants to read 18. O King, his jokings and frank talks were pleasing and beautifully decorated with smiles. His addresses unto me as, O son of Pritha, O friend, O son of the Kuru dynasty, and all such heartiness are now remembered by me, and thus I'm overwhelmed.
Cannot be both of us used to live together and sleep, sit and loiter together. And at the time of advertising oneself for acts of chivalry, sometimes if there were any irregularity, I used to approach him by saying, my friend, you are very truthful. Even in those hours when his value was minimized, he, being the supreme soul, used to tolerate all those utterings of mine, excusing me exactly as a true friend excuses his true friend, or a father excuses his son.
O emperors, now I am separated from my friend and Deimos well-wisher, the supreme personality of God, and therefore my heart appears to be void of everything. In his absence, I have been defeated by a number of infidel, coward men, while I was guarding the bodies of all the wives of Krishna.
I have the very same gun in the bow, the same arrows, the same chariot, drawn by the same horses, and I use them as the same Arjuna to whom all the kings offered their due respects. But in the absence of Lord Krishna, all of them at the moment's notice have become null and void. It is exactly like offering clarified butter on ashes, accumulating money with a magic wand, or showing seeds on barren land.
O King, since you have asked me about our friends and relatives in the city of Dwarka, I will inform you that all of them were cursed by the Brahmanas, and as a result they all became intoxicated with wine and made of putrefied rice and fought among themselves with sticks, not even recognizing one another. Now all but 4 or 5 of them are dead and gone.
Yes. So by the way, see, I will show you my notes. See, because Burijan Prabhu, I was trained by Burijan Prabhu. He's my Shastra Guru. He used to tell us, unless you start teaching, your studies are not complete. You follow? So all of you should, perhaps you do, I don't know you well, start teaching. As you study, you teach also. And these are my notes that I took 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And what I'm trying to say is, if you're expert in note taking, that will help you tremendously when you start teaching. Don't make any division between studying and teaching. It's the same activity. You follow? Buddhism was very keen on that. Your studies are not complete unless you start teaching. The best way to assimilate the knowledge is to give it to others. So you are here, you have gone through Bhakti Shastri, BV. So that means you are potentially, you should be teaching. Don't wait until you're 90-year-old. Do it now. I used to study and teach all the time, side by side. Whatever I learned, I would teach it to some other group. It's just a reminder of record. So here, what are we discussing about here? And you can look it up. Intimate moment. Feeling void in separation. So Arjuna is on, and it may happen to us. I don't know about your life, or sometimes you're void. You're totally helpless. You are totally cornered by life. There is no hope. But even in that time, at that time, you can still remember Krishna. You know, let's say you are having a disagreement with devotees, even with your temple president, or with your wife, with anything. So Krishna is the last resource. You know. He's there with us on a daily basis, but ultimately is the last person we can confide ourselves into. So what to speak of Arjuna? Arjuna had so much intimate moments. Krishna is not just a concept or a hero in the books. For Arjuna is a friend, you know, just like you are friends perhaps to one another. I don't know. Krishna is a friend of Arjuna. They eat together, they dine together, they joke together. Just imagine that. We cannot imagine the Vipralamba Seva. It's called Viraha Bhav. Viraha means separation. Sometimes the closest that we know is, Prabhupada says, is mother and children. Husband and wife is there, but sometimes considered less than mother and son or daughter. So the question on the study here, so I've got your manuals. Yeah, I also open the manual here. What is it? It's here. See? We have covered. Explain how the cowed men were able to defeat Arjuna. That's quite intriguing. I mean, Arjuna would defeat demons that would fight demigods. And he's getting defeated by infidels, dacoits, gundas. What's the catch? You can look it up in 20. How could it be? Yes, Prabhu.
It's because of a curse on Pashtavaka Muni.
Yes, please explain.
Well, the denizens of heaven, they got the blessing to get the supreme person they've got as the husband, but then they also got the curse that they would be kidnapped by wolves.
Why is that? Because Ashtavakra means, Ashta means 8.
It was bound. He was like crippled or
Crippled. His body is bent in 8 manners. And if you go to Numerapur, Tribhanga Sundar, Krishna is bent. This is the most bent deity in the world of this kind. If you go to Radha Govind Madhav, you have seen it. It's like this. Tribhanga Sundar. It's amazing how much he's bent, Krishna. But here it's Ashta bent. I hate bents. So the girls, they laughed at him. And then
Yeah, the first,
got cursed, and then,
I can only guess they regretted it,
yeah.
and then he gave a big blessing also.
So Vishwanath on this one, see, can you see, it's amazing. I have to admit, this is such a great tool. Amazing. I have to, very grateful to this Prabhu. See? This is Vishwanath. This is the commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur lived in the 18th century. Extremely powerful acharya. He's a Manjari, and Prabhupada would tap into his commentaries a lot. The purpose of Prabhupada are mostly male. It's a blend of Vishwanath, Jiv Goswami, Sanatan Goswami. Srila Prabhupada, he drew from 11 acharyas when he compiled his purpose. Viragavacharya, Viradwaj from Ramanuj Sampradaya. But Vishwanath was very dear to the heart of Prabhupada. Yeah, so Prabhupada, Vishwanath explained very nicely here. Can you read out? Someone?
What is
This is the commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur on 20. We're going to learn a few things extra. Someone can read out.
what you asked me defeats also occurred. Without my friends, my mind became vacant. I was almost fainting. Actually, the cowards were not low criminals. Gopa means those who protected are the earth and heavens. So these persons took the queen's away. The Lord took the form of this coward man and took away his dear queens, so that they could enter into the unmanifested pastimes.
So here Vishwanath quotes, thank you Prabhu, he quotes the 10th canto. And basically, this is from the 83rd chapter. O saintly lady, we do not desire dominion over the earth, the sovereignty of the King of Heaven, unlimited facility for enjoyment, mystic power, the position of Lord Brahma, immortality, or even attainment of the kingdom of God. So this is what they desire. We simply desire to carry on our heads the glorious dust of Lord Krishna's feet, enriched by the fragrance of kumkum from his consort's bosom. We desire the same contact with the Supreme Lord's feet that the young woman of Raj, the cowboys, boys, and even the Aborigine Pulinda woman desire the touch of the dust he leaves on the plants and grass as he tends his cows. So we are dealing with the queens. Which queens are they? The queens of Dwarka. So they are duly married. Remember this Parakiya, Svakiya. So because we discussed prior, not with me, but the previous teacher, I think you discussed the mind of the queens. When did we cover that? I think we covered that in chapter 14. When Krishna is coming back from Hastinapur to Dwarka, remember? It was in the previous. Yeah, previous chapter, remember? The mind of the queens, when they see Krishna from afar, they want to jump towards him, but there's some feminine reserve. They send their sons ahead to embrace him. They embrace him through the sons. So what happened is they are quite aware. How come the queens of Krishna in Dwarka are aware of the Lila of Krishna in Braj? What is the connection? There's one lady, she was in Braj, and now she's in Dwarka. Who is that? Yes, Prabhu? Satyabhama is definitely an expansion of Srimati Radharani, but there's one elderly lady, Rohini. Thank you. This is very interesting because Rohini, the queens can see we're married to our husband, Dwakadish, but he acts sometimes peculiar. In his dreams, he's talking about the gopis and telling names of the gopis. And they feel somewhat being put in their secondary position. You know, they are queens, they are duly married to. What kind of bhakti it takes to become a queen of Krishna? I mean, just imagine, they are Shakti Tadva, they are not jealous. So Rohini, upon being pressed by Rukmini, she revealed, yes, I'm going to tell you why Krishna is so much in separation from those inhabitants of Vrindavan. But remember, she put some condition. I will tell you, provided someone is guarding the door. And Subhadra volunteered. And she went on to explain at great length the Krishna Lila in Vrindavan to the queens, headed by Rukmini and others such as them. They were, all ears were pricked up. They were entering the very innermost Lila. Even they don't have access. And of course, you know the story. This is connected to Lord Jagannath, Baladev, Srimati Subhadra, because Subhadra was guarding the door to prevent anyone, especially to prevent Krishna Balaram to come. And of course, how can you bar Krishna? Can you bar Krishna for so long, for too long? They came and with Balaram and they joined the Katha. Subhadra also, they're brothers, you know. She let them hear. Behind the herd. This is the form of Lord Jagannath. By hearing the Katha, his own Katha, they transform into Lord Jagannath, Baladev, Srimati Subhadra. Yes, Prabhu? Someone say something? So this is the Katha. That is why Puri is connected to Dwarka and also connected to Kurukshetra. That is why Puri is called Nava Vrindavan, New Vrindavan, Gupta Vrindavan. Remember, Mahaprabhu spent 18 years in Puri. There's a reason for that. It's a very lofty place. Not different. So now those queens, back to Vishwanath, you can someone read out someone from these verses.
In these verses, it is understood that the queens desired the form of the Lord that the gopis hankered for. Otherwise, if the queens who were directly Lakshmi, enjoyed by Lord, were touched by low material persons, they would have immediately disappeared. It is understood that they attained forms as women of Raj in another manifested pastime. This can be understood from the Vishnu and Brahma Puranas, why Vyasa also spoke to Arjuna about this. Because of the,
Go ahead.
because of the curse of the sage Ashtavakra, the Vestal woman becoming the wives of Krishna would be touched by the thieves.
And of course, now we're going to go, Prabhu explain, Kripa Sindhu Prabhu explain the details. So in other words, they felt bad having been cursed. They were laughing at Ashtavakra. They got redeemed to some extent. And actually, who stole the queens? None other than Krishna. So no wonder Arjuna got defeated. Even if he had been in his full power, he would have been defeated anyway. Yeah, so this is corroborated here. All the queens have been brought close by the perfect husband, Krishna. Yes, Prabhu?
Should I understand correctly that those queens, they did not remain eternal Taraka inhabitants, but they joined Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes?
Yeah, because what happened in the meantime? in Dwarka, Krishna foretold a very inauspicious omen. He told Ugrasen. What did he tell Ugrasen? Within a week, Dwarka will be flooded. That is why Arjun went to, remember, when Krishna left Hastinapur, who accompanied him? Arjun. Why? Because Krishna knew very soon that Dwarka will be flooded. So, and before Krishna left for Prabhas Kshetra, he left from Prabhas Kshetra. He told Arjun, you take care of my queens. That place is going to be flooded. Everyone went to Prabhas Kshetra. And true enough, you have seen, there's some on the internet, you can see, way down the sea, you find ruins of the old Dwarka. They are found in the 80s. The old city of Dwarka. What you find Dwarka today is just a new city, a few centuries old. The real Dwarka is down the sea. It's there. Yes.
But here, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, as far as I understood, he specifically explained that those queens, which were taken by Arjuna after Dwarka, in their next life, they did not stay in Dwarka. In their next life, they joined.
They got promoted.
Joined the Leela.
Yeah. They got promoted. Yes.
And one other question I had was, do you know the source of this narration of Rohini Mata telling Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes and then Subhadra and what is the scripture where this narrated?
You mean when Rohini tells the Braj Leela to the queens? Whew, the right person would be to ask Madhavanand Prabhu. You know Madhavanand Prabhu in Puri? He's very conversant. I can ask him. No, I can ask him. Yes, Prabhu?
I have a question about this because the queens of Dwarka, they were like Shakti Sattva. But answering this question how they could be promoted, even though it was like their delicacy for a position actually. This normally was it.
No, in Krishna Lila, everything is possible. Just like, remember, example, third canto, Jaya Vijay. They got three demonic births. Actually, Vishwanath explained also, at the last minute before Jaya Vijay happened to come down, take birth in Asuric birth, Narayan came, Lord Narayan told him, you don't go. You send anshas of yourself, expansions of yourself. So actually, Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha, and then Dantavakra, Shishupal, Ravan, Kumbhakarna, they are expansions of Jaya Vijay. The Lord is so much attached to his devotee, he cannot keep away from them. They send anshas. And you know the story is 3 births, and then the 4th birth is in Golila. So see, whatever happens in this, I was going to say in this kind, whatever happens in the spiritual world, there's a promotion. You may say, well, I'm suffering now, it's unfair, you are mistreated, you have to leave the temple, you're going through hell sometimes. But if you stick to the process, there's going to be a promotion. You follow? Promotion in your consciousness. Perhaps change of temple, change of continents. I changed 7 times of continents in my life. 7 times. I was in America, I was in South Africa, I was in Mauritius, I was in India 12 years, I was in France. And my life is not finished. Perhaps again I'm living. And sometimes it's not pleasing, but circumstances. Because in his kind, many lives are compacted. You follow? Krishna wants us back to Godhead. So he's going to compact many lives in your life, in my life. You understand? He wants us to get it over with. He wants us back to Krishna or Mahaprabhu. So for that matter, we're going to get compacted experience so we can finally get the point home. Yes, I have nothing to do from here. Better I move on to the right place. Bhagavatam is, Bhurijan Prabhu used to tell us, Bhagavatam is the processor of your spiritual life. There's a processor in your computer. The Bhagavatam is the processor of your spiritual life. Yes, Prabhu.
To confirm, so even in the spiritual world, there's possibility of getting higher to Krishna locally.
Exactly. Example, give an example to that. Why, yes, why Krishna at one point, not in this section, why Krishna sent Uddhav to Braj? Yes,
Message from Krishna that should specify that you would listen.
yes. Number two. Yes, Prabhu. Sanjay?
So that you would experience the mood of the Vrajvasi citizen.
Exactly. Exactly. See, Uddhav is a Vishnu Parikar. The father of Uddhav is the brother of the father of Krishna. I mean, how can you be that close? Still, there's room for improvement. Because sometimes Uddhav would be a little proud. I mean, he's the advisor of Krishna in Dwarka. In Dwarka, they call him the madman. When he sees a cloud, he faints. Asta Sadvikabha. That reminds me of Krishna. I mean, can you beat Uddhav in terms of devotion? Still, there's room for improvement. He was sent off to Vrindavan to associate with the Brajavasis. And he tried to appease them by talking Jnana Yoga to them. Don't lament, Krishna is everywhere, Antaryami. What's the difficulty? Nanda Maharaj told him, you don't know anything about Krishna. And Uddhava, he has to say yes. Thank you. And at the end of the Lila, he said, if I can become a blade of grass, I'm okay. Even Brahma, if I can become a blade of grass, I'm fine. One day I can be trampled by these militants. That's good enough. Uddhava is speaking, Brahma is speaking. So there's still a gulf of difference between Uddhava and the Brajvasi. Anyway, so devoid, we are talking about void here, vacant heart. When we wake up in the morning, we are void. We are coming from slumber. Krishna in the heart is reminding us at 8 you have an appointment, at 10 you have to go to the post office. This is Krishna. Matas mitir ganamaponam cha. So here, Arjuna is himself going deeper into his psyche. Smaran is using Smaran Anga here. This 5 Anga are so powerful. There's a verse of Rupa Goswami. Alpo Sambandha, even if you have a Pancha Virya, if you have those Panchanga Bhakti, Bhagavat Shravan, Nanruchi, Mathuravash, worshipping the deities, associating with devotees, Rupa Goswami explained, Alpo Sambandha, Shraddha Dure to Panchake. Even if you have your Shraddha is Dure, distant, faint faith in those 5. Sadhya Bhava Janmane. If you're not offensive, you will get bhav. If you have just a slight faith in those 5 angas of bhakti, you get bhav. If you're not offensive, means if you don't offend devotees. So this is what Arjuna is doing. Yugayitam Nimeshina Shakusha Praveshayitam. He is remembering Krishna. Yeah. So let's see what is the next set of questions. I want to make sure. Let me find out here. Yeah, so let's move on. How far did we read? Yeah. So now we're going to be dealing with what is one consequence of disobedience to rules enacted by the Lord, 24. So let's move towards that verse. Where did we stop? I think we did 18. You can read out from 19. I think, did we read 19?
Yeah, 20 also.
Yeah, infidel. The infidel took place in 20. Let's move on until 24. Sorry?
21 start.
Yeah, please, Prabhu. 21, 22, 23, 24. Then we will discuss.
I have the very same candle of all, the same arrows, the same chariot, drawn by the same horses, and I use them as the same Arjuna, to whom all the kings offer their due respects. But in the absence of Lord Krishna, all of them, at a moment's notice, have become null and void. It is exactly like offering verified butter on ashes, accumulating money with a magic wand, or showing seeds on barren land.
Okay, since you have asked me about our friends and relatives in the city of Dwaraka, I will inform you that all of them were cursed by the Brahmanas, and as a result, they all became intoxicated with wine that cut with fine rice and fought amongst themselves with sticks, not even recognizing one another. No, all but 4 or 5 of them are dead and gone.
Actually, this is all due to the supreme will of the Lord, the personality of God. Sometimes people kill one another, and other times they protect one another.
And there's a verse 113:47. Jivo Jivasya Jivanam. Everyone is living off someone else's. You see the chain of evolution in nature. Tiger eats antelope. One's body is food for someone else. This is the cruel law of nature. So what's happening here? Arjuna is revealing his mind. Basically, is acknowledging that he's very much aware all the feats, all the tour de force he has been doing, and he can see behind each and every feat that there is Krishna behind. And you can see how much he knows Tattva, the Krishna Tattva. You look at his mind, it's dejected, but still when he speaks, it's totally purely Krishna consciousness. The analogy are so great. You throw clarified butter, ghee on ashes. It's vain, it's useless. Accumulating money with a magic wand. Sowing seeds on barren land. So what is it trying to tell us here in 21? The example is very famous, borrowed plumes. What's the meaning of that expression? Borrowed plumes. We live on borrowed plumes. It's proper that, he has an old English. So sometimes he uses old expressions of British. To live on borrowed plumes. What's the meaning of that expression? You can look it up in 21. It's an expression to live on borrowed plumes. Feathers, plumes means feathers, basically. Yes, Prabhu, Prabhuji.
We should not become proud when we have some who belongs to us.
Yeah,
Get forward.
we become a tad, we become proud. We are thinking we are the doer. What is Krishna telling us in the Gita? On this regard, doership.
He's a good word.
Yeah, what is the verse? Even 1812, Krishna says there's 5 factors of action, remember? We may initiate the desires, yes, but unless and until it is granted by Devin means Krishna, providence, destiny, it won't happen. You may want to break a bank, steal a bank. Krishna will try to talk you out of it. But let's say you deserve, your karma allows you to break into a bank. And you're so adamant that you stick to your gun, you want to break into the bank. Is it going to happen or not? Krishna says in 1323, Upadrashta Anumantacha Bhattabhukta Maheshvaraha. I sanction, I supervise, and I consent. So let's say it is you deserve, according to your karma, to break into a bank, it will happen. Krishna will allow that because he won't go against your will, provided it is within your deserve. If you deserve it, yes. But be careful. Krishna will say, he says in 5:15, Nadate kasachit papam nachevam suprita vibuhu. I don't accept your pap. Nadate kasachit papam. I don't accept, I'm not responsible for your pap. Nachevam suprita vibuhu. I don't accept your pious deeds. You do good, you do bad, it's up to you. It has nothing to do with me. You cannot blame me. I allow you to break into the bank, you pay the reaction. You cannot paint me black for that. You follow? So here in 21, it's mentioned, as we have discussed more than once, one should not be puffed up by borrowed plumes. We are just using Krishna's energy, either for our degradation or to engage it into Krishna consciousness. Now, let's discuss about this point given in the manual. What is one consequence? What is one consequence of disobedience to rules enacted by the Lord? Because now we're going to come close to that section. Arjuna has been recalling Krishna and is going to attain transcendence. How is he going to attain transcendence? He's going to recollect Bhagavad Gita. He was the one who received Bhagavad Gita in the first place. He's going to attain transcendence very soon by dint of recollecting Bhagavad Gita. So we can start dealing with this question on the study. It appears in 24. What is one consequence of disobeying to Krishna's rule, Krishna's Mahajanasam Yanagasatapantai? It could be Krishna or the Mahajan. If you disobey, what are the consequences? Like for the, yes, talking about the wars, for instance. Yes, Prabhu, Sanjay.
I'm just reading here. Whenever there is disobedience of the established rules and acted by the Lord, there is war between men and nations. So that would be the answer.
Yeah. You know, you have seen the politics. Ukraine is going on, the Palestinians. People are always finding fault, the Palestine, the Jews. But I mean, the Bhagavatam gives the example of the bamboos. The wind is blowing, the bamboos tend to rub against one another, fire comes about. Whose fault is it? There's no human intervention. So the wars actually are just like you have, you have blisters, or how do you say, pimples. It's going to come out. The person will come out. So whatever you see happening bad in the society, wars and pestilence and COVID and this monetary devaluation. And these are global collective reaction. We cannot blame Krishna. We are in Germany. Prabhupada gives the example of Germany after World War II. All the ladies from Germany, they lost faith in God. He gives that example. Why? They lost their brothers. They lost their husbands. They lost their fathers. And after World War II in Germany, there was a major diminution of belief because all the ladies to help God. He took my husband, he took my brothers. We cannot blame God. These are reactions. And this is the point of 24. Now, there's more to, let's dissect 24. It's quite deep. What else can we say? Try to remember, there's a verse, Anukulyasya Sankalpa, Pratikulyasya Varjanam. What is Anukul Bhakti? Pratikul Bhakti. Anukul means favorable. Pratikul, unfavorable. So you can go in that direction. Prabhupada explains here. I'm trying to put you on track. See? Discretion is the better part of valor. It's an English saying. It's a little, I would say, midway through the purport. One must learn how to discriminate between actions which may be pleasing to the Lord and those which may not be pleasing. So that's Anukul, Pratikul, basically here. So what is the criteria? Does it please Krishna? That's the bottom line, the bottom of the discussion. Sometimes, even in ISKCON devotees, as ISKCON devotees, we may do things because we lack it. And it's Krishna conscious, but is it really pleasing Krishna? Do you have any example in mind? Let's say, okay, I want you to come up with some example. Let's say you're doing something which is Krishna conscious, you're attached to it, it's Krishna conscious, but in the particular moment of the day, you should be doing something else. And you may refuse because, no problem, I'm sorry, I'm a book distributor. Don't bother me. But that day, there's a dearth of pujaris. Oftentimes in Human posts like that. You know, they call me, Prabhu, can you do puja? I was not at all planning on doing puja. And I've got the choice. I could say yes or no. You know what I'm saying? I've got my days choked out for the day, and this is what I'm going to do. I have to go there, I have to do this. And they're calling me, can you do the puja? It's how do you say, it goes against my grain. But that's the test. Am I going to say yes? Am I going to say no? If I say yes, means I surrender myself, even though I don't want to do. I was about to do that thing, which is also Krishna conscious. But out of the blue, I'm getting this instruction. There's a need, definitely. Otherwise, the TP would not call me. And if I say yes, am I pleasing to Krishna? Am I pleasing Krishna? I'm willing to relinquish my program for the sake of doing the puja, because no one is going to do the puja that day to Krishna. So if I say yes, actually, I advance spiritually. If I say no, Krishna is not going to kill me, but I don't advance as much. You follow? Do you agree? I mean, you don't have to agree with me. But have you been confronted to that situation? You know, both ways are Krishna conscious. Please tell us, Sunshine.
But here it happens a lot because the project, when the deity worship standing, for example, is quite high, but we're not so many devotees. So it happens a lot.
All the time. So you already, let's say you're a book distributor and you are very good book distributor. And you're dedicated to book distribution. And that day the TP tells you, "Prabhu, can you take the day off? I mean, I'm sorry. Everyone, he went to India and this, and she's got her menses. You know, please step in. No problem, I'm sorry, I've got appointments, when I can sell a full set today. No, I'm sorry. And the other fellow, maybe I'll do the book distributor. He said, yes, but we'll do it. So we cannot deny that the second one is more advanced. Because it's not even attached to the service, it's attached to pleasing Krishna. So beginning, you're attached to the fruits, Sakam Bhakti. Then a bit Nishkam, become detached from the fruits. And even higher, you're not even attached to your service, you're attached to Krishna. You follow? You can see, even within these different levels, we cannot deny. Sometimes our service may be taken away. And you're attached to your service. You should protect your service. But sometimes it's taken away against all odds. And you have to see perhaps it's Krishna's hand. Krishna wants me to do something else. What else can you say? The war is sanctioned by the Lord. And then the Lord's disobedience of established rules entails war. There's always 100 wars on this planet, roughly. Tolstoy used to say, Tolstoy, you know, a Russian author, Leon Tolstoy, he used to say, as long as there will be slaughterhouses, there will be war. Yes, Bruno?
That Pythagoras said also 2003.
See, nothing new. They got it right. They got it right way back. They understand. And of course, what is the remedy of 24? Prabhupada says at the end. Yoga Kamasu Koshalam. This is 250. The art of yoga. It's an art. It's an art. And finally, the final ingredient that makes it an art, it's the pleasure of Krishna. It's not easy. I'm saying it very simple to say, but it's not easy. Every day, day in, day out, am I really pleasing Krishna? Because finally, this is the last word in Krishna consciousness. You may do things out of duty. You may serve your wife out of duty, serve your kids out of duty, serve the temple out of duty. But higher than that will be, am I really pleasing Krishna? Discussion is open, huh? Feel free to discuss. I'm trying to provoke you a little bit. Yes, probably.
A little bit of a critical mind, but I'm thinking about, for example, as against it, and the voting responsibility, what it calls for some service, constantly for some service. And someone else, for example, could at that time pursue books and maybe even set some source with into Krishna consciousness. So isn't there on the part of the devotee who's called to maybe even to make a little bit of a differentiation, to see maybe someone else could do the service and then he would preach, or is it we should do it?
Yeah. I mean, the key person I always remember is Jayananda Prabhu, Mr. Ratayatra. I mean, practically speaking, Tamar Krishna Maharaj even said he's the most advanced devotee in ISKCON. I don't know if you know his life. He can be seen repairing under the car, repairing the Sankirtan van. Next minute, he's taking out the garbage. And when newcomers would come, can I speak to the president? He's also the president. So Jack of all trades, master of none, he would do everything. And I used to hang out with devotees who used to serve under him. They told me it's totally beyond words, this level of Krishna consciousness. You know, it's Mr. Ratayatra. We are putting his pictures on all the Ratayatras of the world in this time. That was his level. It was just a pleasure. Not even one time devotees asking, I mean, how do you manage to be so advanced? You know, they were just asking like this. He said, I have no time. I have no time to think about that. I just serve Prabhupada. He was the only person who could sleep in the class. He's dozing off. Devotees are nudging him. Let him sleep, Prabhupada said. Let him sleep. Can you imagine? Let him sleep. He's doing more service than everyone else combined. Prabhupada understood the level. And when he left, Prabhupada, in the beginning he said, depending on his consciousness when he left, and then second letter he read, he went back to the room. Anyway, so see, the end of 24, we are clear. What is the remedy is Yukta Vairagya. Like you said, Prabhu Gopal, Subal Gopal, that's in between, which is good enough. I like it, you know. My dear President, let me find a replacement for you, and I can go on books. And you can tell one of your fellow book distributor, please, Prabhu, step in today. You are, let's say, the Sankirtan leader. Step in, I owe you that. Today I got an important appointment, I don't want to. I can make a full set. So please step in. That's an arrangement between you. That's fine. Okay, now we're entering another, see, this is what I did here. Let me shift to something else. See, this is my lesson planning. We covered that. We covered that, Ashtavakra, okay? We covered that, 24. And now, entering from 28, Arjuna is situated, focus. See, when you teach, always identify 4 means focus of learning. What do you want to convey to the students? Your focus of learning. I'm teaching you also how to teach, because you should become teachers. I can see bright young devotees, and there's a dire need of propagating Bhagavatam. Don't say, oh, I'm not fit. No, no. By doing it, you become fit. Actions speak better than words. Practice makes perfect. So, yes, Prabhu?
I have one question coming from this point, which you know addressed, that in studying and also in teaching, this topic came up last week specifically, that sometimes the chronology is weird, or it's arousing some questions or doubts, like how do the events fit together? For example, it says in chapter 9 that Shukadeva Goswami, he was there when Maharaj Parikshit passed, when Bhishma Deva passed away. But then, much later, when Maharaj Parikshit was first and Shukadeva Goswami came there, it says that he was 16 years old. It doesn't work. So my question is, how important is that to us to look at the chronology and how, and ultimately maybe it's not, but then also sometimes people will ask about this. How should we respond to this kind of questions about details? In one sense, very tripled.
I see. So you're saying, let me try to rephrase. You're saying Shukadeva is 16, but he was present in chapter 9 during the departure of Bhishma. Right? So first of all, we're jumping ahead of this section, so it doesn't matter. There's 4 Shukadeva Goswami. 3 or 4. Vishwanath explained very nicely. I mean, Vishwanath for me is like the epitome of Acharya. Remember, first of all, remember one thing, Bhagavatam is not chronological at all. You have to get it right very deeply in your brain. Look, example, Krishna is departing here. Krishna has departed in the previous chapter. Disappearance of Lord Krishna. Again, Krishna will disappear in the beginning of the 3rd canto. And the whole 10th canto is dealing with Krishna. And no, Bhagavatam is not chronological at all. It is systematic, but not chronological. Now, to go back to Shukadev, Vishwanath explains that who is the father of Shukadev? Vyasadeva. He was in the womb of the mother, he heard Bhagavatam, he didn't want to come out. Vyasadeva had to fetch Krishna from Dwarka, please convince him that he's going to come out, he won't fall into Maya. Krishna told him, you won't fall into Maya, you got my blessing. He came out, what happened? He walked, but be careful. Krishna Prabhu explained to me this point very nicely. He didn't go immediately in the forest. We don't know the lapse of time here. Now, when he went into the forest, Vyasadeva told some of his disciples, you recite some shlok, Bhagavatam shlok, to attract him back. What are those shloks? One verse of Udhav, Ahol Bakiyam, Stana Kalakutam, Jigam Shayapya Sadvi. This is third canto. Udhav is telling, how can we find someone more kripalu, more merciful than Krishna? He has given the position of a datri, a nurse to Putana. This is one shlok here got recited. Another shlok from the 9th chapter of first canto also. What happened, Vishwanath explained? One Shukadev came back. This is not our Shukadev that spoke Bhagavatam. That Shukadev proceeded further to Shuktal. This is why he spoke Bhagavatam. One Shukadev came back. That Shukadev is mentioned in the 9th canto of Bhagavatam. That Shukadev got married to a daughter. He became Grihastha. He became married to a lady, and they had a nice son who became a sage. So the Shukadev that we are dealing with is the Shukadev, the Mahajan Shukadev, proceeded further to Shukata. And even though, remember the story with the naked ladies, then he didn't dress up. He's such an advanced soul. When Vyasadeva running behind him, walked in front of the ladies, they dressed up because they felt embarrassed. So Shukadev is totally on the level of, totally situated in transcendence. So let's move on from where we stop until 28, and then we can discuss 25, 26. Go ahead.
O king, as in the ocean, the bigger and stronger aquatics swallow up the smaller and weaker ones, so also the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to lighten the burden of the earth, has engaged the stronger Yadu to kill the weaker, and the bigger Yadu to kill the smaller.
This is Arjuna speaking here. 27.
Now I am attracted to those instructions imparted to me by the personality of Godhead within them, because they are impregnated with instructions for relieving the burning heart in all circumstances of time and space.
Because Goswami said, thus being deeply absorbed in thinking of the instructions of the Lord, which were imparted in the great intimacy of friendship, and in thinking of his lotus feet, Arjuna's mind became pacified and free from all material contamination.
Yes, Prabhu. So what's happening here from 27? We discussed
Arjuna's remembrance.
Bhagavad Gita. Right? See, there's how many years before did he learn Bhagavad Gita? Did he hear Bhagavad Gita? Approximately? Prabhu?
36.
30 years?
36.
36.
This is just before that, 36.
Yeah, very good. You're quite precise. Amazing. Yes. So it's a long time. And we could be thinking, it's mentioned even that for some time people may ponder, well, he didn't tap into Bhagavad Gita, but now he's doing it. See, Vishwanath explained Haranti. If you look at 27, Haranti. Haranti means attracting. Vishwanath translates breaking my heart. It's breaking my heart. His heart is broken. Bhagavad Gita is a love story, actually. It's a love story between Krishna and Arjuna. We may say it's Tadva, Krishna Tadva, but on a higher platform of bhakti, it's a love story. There's some verses in the Gita, Hanta. Krishna calls Arjuna Hanta. You know what's the meaning of Hanta in Sanskrit? Honey. That's very cute. Honey means the very close associate. Honey. Haranti, his heart is broken. Vishwanath explained Haranti means his heart is broken. The soul is, we have to remember the soul is feminine. We are Prakriti, we are Paraprakriti. We're not Purush. Prabhupada used to say, we are meant to be enjoyed by Krishna. This is the highest level. We are meant to be enjoyed by God. So Arjuna is being enjoyed by God. His heart is broken. Finally, it dawned upon him, I have to. I was given Bhagavad Gita firsthand. Let me remember. This is the time. This is the timing. See? And 28, being deeply absorbed in thinking of the instruction of the Lord, which were imparted in the great intimacy of friendship. See, it's an intimate book, Bhagavad Gita. We shouldn't be thinking it's a dry book. And I'm going to delve into the 10th canto of Bhagavatam. It's much more intimate. Depending on your level of consciousness. Vishwanath, Baladev, Vijayabhushan, when they write about Gita, it's a love story. You follow? We are thinking, oh, Gita is dry. Because you're dry. It's not dry. You're dry. But it's a love story. So let's discuss about that. My question is, how was Arjuna's mind pacified? And look at the Sanskrit. There's a lot to draw from the Sanskrit here. Look at the Sanskrit of 28. Let's go into Jiva Goswami, but first you speak something. Then I will show you Jiva Goswami on this one. Yes, Subal Gopal.
In other words, Sauharavena in deep friendship.
Exactly.
By deep friendship. And Atigadena in deep
Intimacy. Exactly. See, the Sanskrit is revealing. That is why Prabhupada, can you imagine, he used to, every night, he would get up so early, give the Sanskrit for us, word to word. We shouldn't be overlooking the Sanskrit. Well, it doesn't matter. No, you get a lot of insight. A lot of insight in the Sanskrit. I'm not a Sanskrit scholar, I know that, but as far as possible, we can tap into that. Great intimacy, that reveals a lot. The intimate friends, it's a love story. Shanta, see, he became Shanta, Asit, Vimala, Mati. The mind became totally free from all contamination. Vimal means dirtiness. Kashmala, Kushtalamidam, he says in the second chapter. What is this Kashmalam, all these impurities, Arjuna? It doesn't behoove you when Arjuna is trying to launch. Kutash, Kachmalam Nidam, this, what is it? Purities. Same point here. Now he's out of that. Vimal, Matihi. His mind is pure. You may say, well, was Arjun impure in the first place? How do you reconcile this? Was Arjun really impure at one point? Yes or no? Why? Yeah, there's a verse in the first chapter of Gita. Rishikena took over his senses. Rishikena means the master of the senses. So he took over the senses of Arjuna for the sake of speaking out the Bhagavad Gita. If Arjuna had complied from day one, there would be no Gita. So for the sake of edifying mankind, Krishna put Arjuna in a spiritual illusion, yoga mind, so that Gita can be spoken to us and for all time to come. Otherwise, Arjuna is a pure devotee. He cannot be in mind. He has never been in mind. He's a Nitya Siddha, Parikara. He's not a Nitya Pada. Krishna purposefully put him. Yeah, so let's discuss, I can show you stuff from Jiva Goswami. Yeah? Jiva Goswami, what can you say anything about Jiva Goswami? What Prabhupada said about Jiva Goswami?
He's the greatest scholar.
Is the greatest scholar that the world has ever seen. Past, present, future. If you go to Varanasi, there's a university just to study the books of Jiva Goswami. You can take a PhD in Jiva Goswami in Varanasi. He wrote, how many shlokas he wrote?
400,000.
Wow. Kripa Sindhu Prabhu, first class. As much as all the Puranas combined. You can write a doctorate in Varanasi on Jiva Goswami. This is the level of Jiva. Is the last word. Of course, after Sridhar Swami. Sridhar Swami is considered the pati of the commentators. But number two, I would say Jiva Goswami. So this is what he says here. See? Shanta, we just discussed in one sense, peaceful at heart, free from all suffering. Is corroborated by Jiva Goswami. Vishwanath on this one, 28. See, Vipalamba Seva, Virahabhav, intelligence was full of pain due to separation. And again, attaining an appearance of the Lord, contemplation, we discussed before, Manan. See, I was telling you about that term, Manan. It's a very important aspect of Krishna consciousness. Manan. Manan means to contemplate. Manan. Because sometimes we may become workaholic in this country. We do seva. But we have to contemplate on our Krishna. It's an inner. Divyagan Hriday Prakashito, Krishna consciousness is an inner. It's an inner journey. We do stuff outside, yes, maintaining the temple, puja, cleaning, Buddhist tradition, but we have to contemplate. There's another term also, Nididhyasan. This is coming from another book, Nididhyasan. Nididhyasan. Nididhyasan means to act. Because we have contemplated on our Krishna consciousness, where we stand, what are the pitfalls ahead of us. We contemplate his inner life. Then, armed with realization, we apply. Before Manan would be Shravan, we hear Krishna consciousness, we practice Krishna consciousness. But at one point, we have to sit with ourselves. What am I doing here? Why am I here? We have to inner drive, contemplate. What's ahead of me? How is my life unfolding? And then, with those realizations coming from Manana, then we realize, and then we carry on a higher level. This is what the Acharya say. Okay, so what else can we say? Yeah, so we've got Vishwanath here. Separation, contemplation, again, Manan. And the burning pain of separation is extinguished. Vimala. Because in one sense, on that level, it's prokot aprokot. Krishna is manifested, unmanifested. So you could say Krishna is gone, yes, physically, but at the same time, he's not gone. So now he's recollecting Krishna via the medium of Gita, which is not different. We are doing now, what are we doing? We are recollecting, we're trying to reconnect with Krishna via Bhagavatam. It's not different. Nothing is different from Krishna. The books, the deities, the devotees, the prasad, the mantra Hare Krishna. So even Gandhi used to say, Gandhi was not a pure devotee, but he used to say, each time my life has been afflicted by destiny against all odds, he was fighting the British. What did he do? To shelter the Gita. What else do we have here in terms of questions? I think it's okay. Please intervene if you want to add up stuff. You feel free. It's quite straightforward. Okay, let's move on. 29 will carry on up to 34. 29 to 34 in one go.
Arjuna's constant remembrance of the lotus feet of Lord Shri Krishna rapidly increased his devotion, and as a result, all the trash in his thoughts subsided.
The Supreme Lord relinquished the body which he manifested to diminish the burden of the earth. Just like a magician, he relinquishes one body to accept different ones, like the fish incarnation and others.
Sorry?
15 to 32.
You jumped ahead, no?
Right.
Yeah. Carry on, Prabhu. 30. You should do 30, yes.
Because
of the Lord.
Because of the Lord's pastimes and activities, and because of his absence, it appeared that Arjuna forgot the instructions left by the personality of Godhead, but factually this was not the case, and again he became Lord of his senses.
Because of his possessing spiritual essence, the doubts of duality were completely cut off. Thus he was freed from the free mode of material nature and placed in transcendence. There was no longer any chance of his becoming entangled in birth and death, for he was free from material form.
Upon hearing of Lord Krishna's returning to this abode, and upon understanding the end of the Yadu dynasty's earthly manifestation, Maharaj Yudhishthira decided to go back home, back to Godhead.
Kunti, after overhearing Arjuna's telling of the end of the Yadu dynasty and disappearance of Lord Krishna, engaged in the devotional service of the transcendental personality of Godhead with full attention, and thus gained release from the cross of material existence.
Yeah. So, what's happening here? Since we stopped 28, there's some new elements coming out. See, apparently in 30, I was telling you before, it seems like he had forgotten the instructions. sometimes it is a pure devotee of the Lord. What to speak of us? Sometimes we are traversing difficulties in life and we forget even the first-hand help that we could have from Gita or Bhagavatam. We are bewildered and we don't even think of turning to Gita. The Krishna consciousness is tested in times of difficulties. It's not tested in times of good times. But factually, this was not the case and became the Lord of his senses. Yes, Prabhu. Oh yeah, thank you. That's a very good initiative. Yeah, I don't have good eyesight, so thank you for that. So it's very clear, 31, Vishoko Brahma Sampatya. Vishoko means to be free. Which is amazing, by the way. Did Arjun go back in a different body or not? To Golok, when he left the world, did he go back in his same body? Same body, yes.
Went to the same Brahmanida again.
Sorry, Prabhu?
Went to a similar Brahmanida again.
Yeah. Same bodies. We will discuss about Yudhishthira because Yudhishthira is a special case. Yes, Prabhu?
Not only Arjuna, the others also, isn't it? But
Yeah, all of them will come into that at the end of this chapter. Same bodies. But what's amazing is that even, especially Yudhishthira, still is going to partake of the process of Ashtanga Yoga, merging, the elements into one another. Even though they are pure devotees, it's quite mind-boggling in one sense. They are companions of the Lord. Still, Yudhishthira is going to do that. He's going to merge the elements of his body into one another. It looks like it is the norm. It was the norm for centuries, for millennia. That's how people would live their body, by dint of yogic performance. So let's address the next question, according to your manual, is here. I would say it's right here. How did Sutta Goswami give relief to the sages of Naimisharanya regarding the disappearance of the Yadu dynasty? Yes,
Srila Prabhupada,
Yashomati Nandan.
it says, to give them relief from this mental agony, Sutta Goswami assured them that the Lord calls the members of the Yadu dynasty to relinquish their bodies, by which they had to take away the burden of the world.
Yeah, so you have to explain. It's a very deep topic. Yeah, Chayaza. So give this analogy and explain this analogy. Removing a pawn with another pawn. What's the meaning of that? If you stick to 34. I want you to play with it before I show you the answer. Yes, Guru.
But I understood the born in the earth was the Yadu dynasty, which was so powerful.
Yes.
And by the curse of the Brahmas, they more or less removed themselves like another throne inside.
Exactly. Remember who cursed Krishna at the end of the battle of Kurukshetra? Yes, Prabhu. Mahabhavi Prabhu. Gandhari, excellent. Can you please develop a little bit because it's connected to the topic today.
Yeah, because all her sons were killed.
Yeah. And then she wanted to get back. Yes, Prabhu? Sanjay?
She understood that Krishna is the supreme Lord, so she understood that he sanctioned that event.
Yes. Upadrashta Numantacha, 1323, is sanctioned. Yes. What else? She wanted to get back at him, as simple as that, by telling him what was the nature of the curse. She told him, just like I lost my sons, you will lose your dependence, your family, your dynasty. And inside, Krishna was rejoicing. Because there's no way who can get rid of the Yadu dynasty. You tell me. They are coming from Dwarka in the spiritual world. Portions of demigods entered also the Dwarkavasis. We're going to discuss. They are indestructible. No one can kill the Yadu dynasty in the whole universe. So Krishna had to come up with a way to get rid of them so that they can go back. And Gandhari curse came at the right time. This is Krishna's arrangement. Satya Sankalpa is the name of Krishna. Whatever he wants to do happens on the spot. He got cursed. This was Krishna's grace. Actually, that cursed. That helped him out to get rid of the Yadus. So this is very interesting, Krishna Lila. Everything is intertwined. So let's discuss further. Because it's a deep topic now. Let me share the screen. So how do I do that? Yes. We covered that. Huh? So we are dealing with, we discussed just now, Maharaj Yudhishthira is going to retire. That's clear. Because now Yudhishthira got the proof from Arjun's lips. Yes, he's gone. He's gone. And we heard even in only a few Yadus are left. Everyone is gone, including Krishna. So Yudhishthira immediately decides to pack up. He's going to hand over, you're going to see very soon, he's going to hand over the kingdom to Brajra and Parikshit. So now let's discuss deeply. Two burdens are there, right? Asuras, Krishna says in the Gita, what does it say about the Asuras? Vinashaya cha dushkrita. That's one of the external reasons he came to remove all the gunas. And also on top of that, he had to get rid of the Yadus. So both things were accomplished in one stroke. This is Krishna. Oftentimes as humans, we do one thing at a time. Krishna, in one stroke, he can accomplish many projects. And hence his name, Satya Sankalpa. He can do many things in one stroke. So let's hear Jiva Goswami. This is deep, very deep. It's quite lengthy, but Vishwanath speaks a lot. See, it's quite deep. Go ahead. We are dealing with 28 and 29. Someone can read out.
Actually, these verses 28 and 29 do not show that the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts the form of Krishna and then abandons it at a certain point. The words Tanu, Rupa, and Kalivara do not only mean body, they may also mean condition, nature, or mental conception. For example, in the third canto, 20th chapter of Simhacalam, we find a description of Lord Brahma repeatedly abandoning various Tanus, Rupas, and Kalivaras. In this context, however, it is clearly explained that Lord Brahma did not accept and reject many bodies one after another, but he accepted and rejected various mental stages or conceptions. The same meaning of the word Tanu, Rupa, and Kalivara applies in this verse in the relation to the personality of Godhead. This verse does not therefore describe the Lord's abandonment of his form, but is rejecting a certain condition of
I disturbed you.
of the word, condition of the mind. Lord Krishna descended to relieve the burden of the earth, 1725, and protect the demigods and devotees. When these purposes were accomplished, The Lord gave up the desire to relieve the earth and protect the pious. It is these desires that are intended by the words Tamu, Rupa, and Kalivara in this verse.
Carry on.
This interpretation of Lord Krishna's abandonment of his Tamu is especially appropriate in relation to the example of the thorn being used to remove the thorn. These two thorns, the devotees and the demons, are closely related to the Tamu, the two desires given up by the Lord.
So please explain now what you understood, or anyone.
So the word Tamu, or the Kalibara, it does not only refer to the body, but it refers, especially in the case of Krishna, to a state of consciousness or a form of mind. And the comparison is given to Lord Brahma in another section of the Bhagavatam.
Yes.
So it's described that he is giving up several of these so-called bodies, but actually these were not bodies, but they were also state of minds, consciousness.
Exactly. So the word tanum appears in 34, right? If you're searching for that term. Tanum means body. So in other words, we are always thinking in terms of Asango Yayam, we say in Sanskrit, Atmavan Manyate Jagat. We tend to discriminate. These are devotees, these are demons, you know. But in the eyes of the Lord, is it like that? Krishna says, Aham Bijapadapita. I'm the seed-giving father of everyone. So, you know what I'm saying? He has gotten rid of the asuras. He has nothing against the asuras. They have to be rid of, but they're going to be benefited. Whoever got killed in the battle, yeah. Yeah, so there's actually acharyas differ on this one. Some say, Vishwanath says they got Sayuja Mukti, others says they went back. So sometimes acharyas differ. But at the end of the day, everyone benefited. We cannot say Krishna is against the demons. So one thorn was to remove the demons, and at the same time, we could say, well, he has no heart. He's even beating his own man in the battle of the Yadus. Krishna and Balaram were killing also them. You know that? They were killing his own members. They were all drunk with purified rice. Krishna and Balaram were beating the Yadus with the cane made of iron. People will find fault with that. Krishna and Balaram are beating, killing their own men. It's just a thorn removing another thorn. He has to get rid of the Vishaya Shadushkritam, the demons, and also he has to get rid of the Yadus. So he's doing the job, but he's unattached because we're not a body, first of all. And they are Vishnu Parikar. They're going to meet in Golok, in Dwaka, in the spiritual world. So you know what I'm saying? People tend to jump conclusions, to hasty conclusions in regard to Krishna. Even devotees sometimes, if we are unaware. No, Krishna has no animosity towards anyone. Even the demons will benefit. And the Yadus, we're going to discuss very soon with Vishwanath. You will see, look at Vishwanath, how deep he goes. Because remember, within the Yadus that came on the earth, there was demigods living inside. Don't forget. When Krishna with Bhumi, when Brahma, and Bhumi went to Shvetadvip, remember? He went to Shvetadvip, and Bhumi was afflicted. We have so many burden, rascal kshatriyas. She was crying in the form of a cow. She went to see Brahma. Brahma with Bhumi and other demigods, they went to Shvetadvip, Dhruvlok, the planet of Kshirodakashayi Vishnu, and they told the Lord, please do something. So many evil kshatriyas on earth. Krishna, what did he say? Remember? I'll come soon, very soon. You guys come down and prepare the ground. So many demigods, they came down and they entered the body of Yadus. Let's hear Vishwanath. It's very deep. Very, very deep. Vishwanath Chakravarti.
Here the esoteric conclusion is presented to pacify Shaunakam as sages who were in grief on hearing about the final condition of the Yadus. By that body consisting of the Yadus in the form of the Devatas, he removed the burden of the earth, Ubaha, 1725, which arises from the Lord like removing a thorn with the tip of another thorn, and then gave up that body. It is like saying Devadatta gave up his cloth. He let that body fall away from his presence. The verse does not say he gave up the body of the Yadavas by which he performs eternal pastimes. The meaning is this: Devatas, at the time of appearing with the Lord, in their unsure form, entered into the eternal forms belonging to the Yadavas, separated from those eternal forms by the power of yoga when they went to Prabhas. They were made to attain Svaga with the forms of Devatas after drinking the liquor by the Lord, who showed to the world that they had given up bodies by the power of Maya. This is according to the explanation in the 11th canto. The Yadavas, who were eternal associates of the Lord, disappeared from the sight of the world, but remained in pastimes with Krishna in the same Dwadaka as before. This is understood from Bhagavatamrita's conclusions. The two burdens, the burden to the earth in the form of the demons and the burden in the form of the Devatas, who entered the forms of the Yadavas, were regarded as the same by the Lord, issue to Sama. However, in the example, though two thorns are equal, the tip of the thorn as the instrument is the internal portion under the Lord's influence, acting as assistant to the Lord's pastimes. The other thorn, the object of action, though also acting as an assistant to the Lord's pastimes, is the external portion, under the influence of Maya. These two thorns, the devotees and the demons, are closely related to the tongue, the two desires given up by the Lord.
Yeah. So you follow how deep it is? And you understand? Subal Gopal Prabhu, you want to explain as far as possible?
I tried to relate the question, but for example, in this last sentence, that one thorn is the Yadavas, the Yadu dynasty, how they came into the material world and the spiritual world. And they removed, for example, also the demigods, the Devatas, but also the demons, as far as I understood. But the Kurukshetra is the example.
Yeah. So everyone would like to add up to that, then we will discuss. Yes, Prabhu? Oh, sorry. Sanjay Prabhu?
If I understood correctly, it's that when everyone went to Prabhas Kshetra, the eternal associates of Krishna, they didn't come there. They stayed in Dwaraka and they entered Apakat. They left the manifest dimension. And those persons who went to Prabhas Kshetra were the demigods who had to leave planet Earth to go back to Svarga.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like that. So when that battle took place, actually this battle of the Yadus numbered more dead people than the Kurukshetra battle. You know that? More. Like 720 or something. There were more people than the battle. It was deadly, gory. So the portion of the demigods, that's when they left. They had been petitioned by the Lord in Shvetadviv. Kshirodaka Vishnu told them, I'll very soon come as Krishna. You prepare the ground. So they entered beforehand, their anshas entered the eternal bodies of the Yadus. And then they relinquished that portion, they came out. See? And they went back to their respective abodes. So as I say, Krishna can do many things in one go. This is the particular, unique feature of Lord Krishna. And so we discussed about this topic. Yeah? Because the sages, remember, there's two conversations. Huh? First canto means Sutta Goswami and the sages. Shukadev is not there. Shukadev will come to 1-1. So they felt, the sages of Nimishalanya felt somewhat aggrieved by this topic. You follow? That is why here, starting from 28 Sutta is speaking now. It's no more Arjuna. The narrative is taken back by, the narration is taken back by Sutta. Sutta Uvacha 28. He's speaking those words to pacify the sages. They were afflicted by this topic. They were quite afflicted. Because they figured out, see, the sages of Sutta Goswami are not on the level of Vishwanath. Remember in the early days, remember those sages of Nimishalanya? If you go back to the beginning of the canto, I don't know if you remember their state of consciousness. When they started, before even Sutta Goswami came, what was they engaged? What was their program?
1,000-year sacrifice.
Yes, for which purpose?
For the welfare to counteract the effect of famine.
Yes, they had many purposes. Benefit the world, Savalam, Mangalam, yes, benefit the citizens. But personally, what was their intent?
Is the word
To,
please?
they're not on that level in the beginning. Yes,
The ultimate intention that great sages come and talk, but this is seven.
they wanted to go to Svagalok. Remember, they are advanced devotees, but not on the level of Vishwanath. Nowhere near. So they were actually, it's mentioned in 716 in the Gita. Shatuvida bhajante mamajana sukhito arjuna. Remember that verse? Huh? Within those four sukritina, Artha, Atarti, Jigyasu, Gyani. Jigyasu is the sages, Shonaka and others, 60,000 sages. So in the beginning, they're Jigyasu about Krishna consciousness, curious. And their intent originally was Svagalok. When they got the company of Sutta Goswami, in no time, even from the first chapter we have seen of the Bhagavata, they totally get, and it will be mentioned at the end of the first canto, we were getting black. Who is this Yagya? All we got from the Yagya is blacken our body. That's not the purpose of Kali Yuga. And they got the point very early. Even from the first chapter, they got the point. Yes, my dear Sutta. You are the captain of the boat, 120 or 122. Kanagara, you are the captain of the boat. Please guide us. We have embarked on this boat of Bhagavatam. Guide us. They understood very quickly. No point in carrying on the Yagya. No point. It's pointless. We want to hear Bhagavatam. So they were quite advanced, but still intent on Svagalok. By the contact of Sutta Goswami, they became transformed. That's why they were somewhat aggrieved here when they heard the Yadus. What's going on with the Yadus? 32. That is why we have to understand deeply. The Acharyas revealed that. Baladev, Jiva Goswami. Okay, so by the way, we're supposed to stop, huh? You have to remind me when we go over. Yeah, sorry about that. We meet at 3:30. No? What is it? 3:30. Yes, Prabhu, one last point.
How to answer this question? How would you choose to answer? Exactly the answer. How would you say it?
Well, you can stick to Prabhupada's purport in 34, right? It appears in 34. You can tell them, look, the sages were aggrieved, and to relieve their mental agony, you can, Prabhupada explain, the Lord caused the members of the Yadu dynasty to relinquish their bodies, by which they had to take away the burden of the world. And it's mentioned here by Prabhupada. The Lord and eternal associates appear on earth to help them assist the demigods. So basically you explain that the demigods enter the body of the Yadus, they accomplish a certain task, and they were removed. The bottom line is you explained the two poles, one for to remove the Asuras, and the other to remove the Yadus. But there's no harm in adding that the demigods entered also.
If it wanted to remove the Yadus were the Yadus itself also? There was,
Sorry, Prabhu?
if you want to remove the Yadus, were also the Yadus themselves or Krishna?
No, the Yadus are particular individuals. So demigods entered within their body, and when Krishna killed the Yadus, he was allowing the demigods to depart. See? And the Yadus went back to Dwarkavasi in below. Sorry to keep you waiting. So you have to remind me sometimes with the time. And maybe sometimes become carried away. Hare Krishna, thank you so much. So we'll meet at 3:15 or 3:30? 3:30. We're supposed to finish the chapter, so that's going to be another feat. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Okay, so it's also quite subtle here. The acharyas are going to discuss many things. Try to concentrate on this analogy of a magician. It's got many intricacies, I would say. This is Sutta Goswami speaking. And date is a very important term we're going to discuss. What's the meaning of date? Yes, Prabhu?
It says here, eternally accepts.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember, of course, you were not with me, way back, in the first canto, 1-23. Can look it up. 1-23. 23. See? Sadvam Rajas Tamiti Prakrite Gunaste Yukta Parapurusha Ekeha Ihasya Date. Same verb. Stityadaye Hari Virinsi Hariti Samyam Shreyam Sita Trakalu Sadvatano Nrinam Syuhu. Translation. Someone can read 23.
The transcendental personality of God is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance. And just for the material world's creation, maintenance, and destruction, he accepts the three qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness.
Yes. So I don't know if you remember way back when you studied that verse. You can surmise date. What's the meaning? He accepts. Who accepts? The transcendental personality of God. So he accepts to play the part. Here, 1-23, we're dealing with the guna avatars. Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva. Purusha avatar, whatever kind of avatars you see, Purusha avatars, whatnot, Krishna, he himself, Krishna, date, he accepts to play. You follow? Like you are an actor, you accept to play the role of Julius Caesar. You are a professional actor. Then you play that role perfectly for 6 months, 1 year. You tour the world, Berlin, Paris, you play your drama, one class. And then 6 months, 1 year later, one movie producer will try, can you play the role of Napoleon? You follow? You're the same person. That's your job, you're a professional actor. So in the same way, Krishna date, he accepts to play. This is the point here, 1-23. And again, 35 today. When we discussed, you were reading back to 35, he relinquishes one body to accept different ones, like the fish incarnation and others. So, Srila Prabhupada in that verse, what does he do? He explains nicely. Just like a magician. You have seen a magician. I mean, I don't know if you have seen real magicians. It's quite mind-boggling. Eh? The other day, I took my boy, I got a boy of 9, 10. I told him, I took him to a magician show. The guy is on the stage, and he enters a box, and reappears next to me, like 30 meters away. So, my boy was blown away. And he told me, please explain. And I was dumbfounded. I was like, well, I told him perhaps there's a hole under the ground. Something is there. But the boy was blown away. And I mean, there's rightly so, because it's well done. There must be a trick, but it's well done. So in the same way, the magician shows by his tricks that is cut to pieces, burned to ashes, made unconscious by hypnotic influences. These are false shows only. The magician is neither burned nor cut to pieces, nor is he dead at any point. So in the same way, the Lord has unlimited forms of unlimited variety. And the fish is one of them. Date, same point, or didva. Didva means for the occasion. He doesn't create the fish incarnation, you follow? He's just moving one form to the next. He accepts one form, then another one. He himself is the supreme personality of Godhead. He eternally has this form. Sometimes he needs it to play a particular note. Another time he's going to take another form to play another note. Nishingere or Vamdev. Well, the forms are always there. So let's discuss with the acharyas. It's quite deep. Let me show you exactly what I have here. Yeah, so we covered all these things. That was the previous, I call it fall. Fall means focus of learning. Jiv Goswami, listen, let's read what he has to say on this one. Someone can read out.
This particular point has been more elaborately described in the third Paramatma, Sandalava, Anuchidas, 85 to 87, and we refer to the reader to the passage for more information.
Go ahead, please.
If at this point someone may quote that the phrase Matsyadi Rupani 1:15:35 in the previously quoted verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, and claim that this phrase clearly shows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts and rejects various temporary material forms, such as the form of Lord Matsya and the other incarnations of Godhead. I reply that in this phrase also the word rupa does not mean form, but condition of mind. The phrase therefore means that the personality of Godhead accepts and rejects the desire to protect the devotees and kill the demons as the need arises. In other words, when the devotees require protection, the Lord thinks about their protection, and when the demons cause a disturbance, at that time the Lord thinks about their destruction. Our objector may also quote the example of the author given in these verses and claim that this shows that the personality of Godhead accepts and rejects various metaphors, just as an actor plays a role on the stage. The actual intention of the example of the actor is that the actor accepts the different sentiments and emotions of the hero or heroine and then rejects those emotions also in the course of the drama. In the same way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts different emotions to protect the devotees and vanquish the demons. And the Lord also rejects those same emotions at another time in order to fulfill the same purpose.
You follow? Again, as before, we discussed Kalivaram, Kanun, group. It doesn't mean necessarily the form. Here it means conditions of the mind. Okay, so here, this is Krama Sandarbha. Krama means sequential. See, in the Sat Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami, he draws from anywhere. He's doing Tadva study. You can study the books I was telling Prabhu sometime horizontally, like what we're doing now, we're doing the contents, one page after the other, one chapter after the other. At a later stage of studies, you can study vertically in terms of tattva. So Rupa Goswami does that in his Satsandarbha. He jumps from the 10th canto, this Puran, that Upanishad, on the same topic. He has this intelligence. Jiva Goswami is prodigiously intelligent. But he has done one book which is called Krama. Krama means orderly. What he does in that book, it systematically covers the whole Bhagavatam. Sometimes it jumps a few verses here and there that he has already addressed in the Satsandarbha. So he discusses about that verse in his Krama Sandarbha. This is what he says. It's kind of repetitive. Similarly, he gave up the bhavas. Bhavas means emotions of Matsya and other avatars, as explained in the next verse, which is the 130. Just as the Lord maintains forms such as Matsya and then gives up their bhavas, just as a magician makes a show of giving up his body, the Lord gave up his bhavas, we just discussed, by which he relieved the burden of the earth. And now Sridhar Swami, and the word is there in 35, Nataha. Nataha means actor. So Sridhar Swami is going to define two types of actors. Sridhar Swami is considered the pati of the commentators. And in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, there's a story with, what is his name? The head of the Pushti Marg, Ballabhacharya. He dares to tell Mahaprabhu, he wants to show his commentary on the Bhagavatam, and he tells Mahaprabhu, oh, I've written a commentary higher than Sridhar. What is the answer of Mahaprabhu?
Whoever skips over the Swami instead of prostitute.
You're prostitute. Ballabhacharya is the head of the, in Gujarat, the Pushti Marg. It's a very big super. Srimati Moraji, who paid the ticket for Prabhupada, she was from that Sampradaya. But Mahaprabhu, you're a prostitute because you reject. So Sridhar Swami has a very particular pedestal feature. He's on a very high level amongst the commentators. So now he's going to say something very interesting. We discussed that in one sense, so no need to go over again. Yeah. The Lord will start here. That one we covered. The Lord, having shown his form, the center of attraction for all eyes, then took that form and disappeared from persons who had not performed austerities, but had attained the Lord's mercy, and were continually craving a vision of that form. I don't know if you remember the third canto. Krishna leaves the earth from Prabhas Kshetra, and not everyone could see. Those who were very advanced Krishna consciously, they could see the Lord is going back to the Lord. Some could not see. Brahmas could see. So Brahma had told him, please come and visit my place. I will take a break, take a stopover. So in the same way, not everyone can see Krishna consciousness. Showing his attractive form, he withdraws it and disappears. He doesn't give it up. There's a difference. It's not visible to you, doesn't mean it's giving it up. When Lord Mukund, whose topics are worthy of hearing, left this earth by means of his spiritual body, from that day onwards, Kali, we know, because of inauspiciousness, entered those whose intelligence was sleeping. This is 36, the next word, actually. And again, it is corroborated in the Gita, Naham Prakasha Sadasya Yogamaya Samavitaha. Krishna reserves himself the right to be visible. You cannot force Krishna to be visible. He is visible through bhakti only. For instance, Shishupal, you know, is a great asur. He was actually Jaya Vijaya. Did he see the Lord or not? I mean, the Lord was there in the arena. He was blaspheming. Even when Shishupala was born, his very first word was an insult to Krishna. Did he see the Lord? The form which Shishupala saw was not his sarup, but a form created by Maya. Okay? By seeing his sarup, its force of hatred would have been previously destroyed. Thus, by the body, not his sarup, shown to the demons, he relieved the earth of the demons. Oftentimes, my Guru Maharaj used to say, when Krishna kills, actually it's Vishnu who is in Krishna that kills. Technically, it's not Krishna, it's Vishnu who is in Krishna, because Krishna is avatari, all the avatars are within. Thus, by the body, not his svarup, shown to the demons, he relieved the earth of the demons and then withdrew that body. He no longer took any interest. In other words, once the demons are gone, then no need of that form. Only the Nityasiddha devotee, like Srila Prabhupada, Vishwanath, and others, they can see the Lord in his svarup. This is the point. So Jiva Goswami is like that. He quotes from all over the world. He doesn't stick to one purport. See, and now back to the magician. You can read out this portion, because this portion is addressing again our purport on the study. And you can read out someone, perhaps Yashomati Nandan, you want to read?
I'm supposed to see this.
Oh, it's too far. Good for you, okay.
This is also the meaning of Simhacalam 1:15:35. Just as some magician assumes the form of a fish, etc., in order to catch a crane which he will eat and then returns to his original form, giving up that form, so the Lord, though unborn, by a form attained by Maya, destroyed the burden of the earth, demons, and then gave up that form or disappeared. Yoga Maya Samavitaha, Bhagavad Gita 7:25, means the Lord is covered by a shadow body made of Maya, like a snake skin.
So it's very interesting. You go to the Dham, you've been to the Dham, right? Mayapur, Vrindavan, Puri. There's a deity in Mayapur, in Navadvip actually. It's called Podramaya. What is the meaning of that deity, Podramaya? She covers the Dham. This is that Maya, Podra Maya. What she does, she covers the dam like a film. There's a film on the dam. You are thinking you are in the dam, but actually, according to your consciousness, if you are very Krishna consciousness, you are into the dam. If not, you see the external film over the dam. You may conclude, oh, there's so many pigs, it stinks. So many monkeys, it's dirty. I don't like it. You don't see the dam. Follow? So Krishna is not so readily available. The verse is there, 725. Now, Vishwanath goes much deeper, much deeper. Listen to him in regard to the magician. You can read from there, Sanjay Prabhu. It's too far.
Like a magician?
Yeah.
I can try. Like a magician, Krishna displayed a false show of giving up his own body. The Lord maintains that here, 1 to 23, arise forms and gives them up. He does not assume forms and then gives them up. Even when he gives up these forms, he still has these forms. This is for meaning. How can one understand this? Just as a magician gives up his body by cutting it, burning it, or losing consciousness, and shows this to idle people and makes them believe it, and still maintains his body and does not die. The Lord maintains his form such as Matya, forms such as Matya, and while maintaining, gives them up also. Just as the magician still has his body, and the giving up of the body is illusion. But so the Lord has real forms such as Matya, and giving them up is illusory. And just as the Lord maintains the rice forms and produces the illusion of giving them up, in giving up that body in which he removed the burden of the earth, Krishna did not give up his body. Thus, this is an illusion. The Lord does not take on the form of the human like an actor, though he is Brahman in human form, since his body is not material. In Mahabharata, it is said that, what does it say?
The body of the Lord is not associated with material elements. Then he's going to quote many different Shastra. One of the things that Krishna's body is material should be excluded from all actions of Shruti and Smriti. If you see him, you should base yourself with your closest arm. So again, another quote, he has a body which is immortal. He has limbs which are immortal. Even Shankar is Lord Shiva himself. He played the role of an impersonalist. It's not an impersonation. Which song did he write? Did he compose? Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Baba. How can he be an impersonalist? He has been told in Padma Puran, the Stushlo, my dear Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu is telling, you come down, Mayadvaram Asat Shastram. You come down and bewilder the people. Can you imagine? The Lord is ordering, Lord Shiva. You come down and bewilder by propagating a philosophy averse to me. It's an order. It's a very ungrateful order, but he did it. Even himself is saying, it means that his body is without death. See? He gives up, but it implies by giving up, he gives or bestows. The Lord bestows forms like Narayan, who had entered his body when he appeared on earth to the devotees situated in Vaikuntha or other spiritual abodes. So you are into Aishwarya Bhav, then you're going to see Krishna in the form of Narayan. You are into worship of Matasya. Matasya is your Ishtadev. You're going to see Krishna in the form of Ishtadev. Matsya. Only the pure devotees of Vrindavan see Krishna as he is. You follow? Only the Brajabasi, they see exactly the Supreme Personality of God. Now, Jiva Goswami, sorry, this is Vishwanath here. He's going to quote Sridhar Swami on 1:11:21. You covered that. There's two types of actor. A speaker, now you have seen in the drama, he speaks. He's not well dressed. He keeps his own outfit, but he speaks and he actually is speaking. The other actor changes his costume. So the first one, he doesn't wear a costume. He does everything by his voice, not so much with movements. So for the analogy of actor to apply, it means mood. He has no dress, so he has to address the crowd through his mood, through his voice. And a good actor, Sridhar Swami is saying, is expert at representing the 9 races. So the Lord gives up moods, not bodies. That's coming up next. So, is it clear? If it is not clear, we can discuss further. It's a magician. Krishna is a magician. Okay, 36. Stop me if you have any questions. You feel free to stop. Yes.
This doubt I have that on the one hand, the Acharyas, they argue that Jate means eternally accept.
Yes.
But on the other hand, they say that it has not, this accepting and rejecting, or accepting and giving up, it has nothing to do with the body. It only relates to the mood.
Yeah.
Which means that then it doesn't matter whether you say temporarily accepted or eternally accepted. So it's a different line of argument.
Yeah. So in other words, there's only Krishna. This is the ultimate understanding. There's only Krishna. Whatever we see, Krishna, what is the verse? Shaktimatayo Abhidda. There's nothing but Krishna and his energies. So whatever we see, we are livers, we are jivas here, 6 of us, even more perhaps in the air. We belong to Krishna because we are part and parcel of Krishna. The table, what is it? Bhumira Punalovayu, this is Apara Prakriti, and this is assembled matter put together. That's also Krishna. You see Narayan, Lord Narayan, that's also Krishna. So whatever you see is Krishna, either in person, and only those in Vrindavan can see him. All the other realms of all the other abodes of the Lord are just forms of the Lord. You follow? And according to your rasa, you're going to attract this form or that form. But actually, there's only Krishna. This is the understanding. It doesn't mean we should belittle the other forms because they are Vishnu Tattva, but it's according to your rasa. This is the point. Just like in the Chateau Shloki. I don't know if you remember, because of course you didn't cover Chateau Shloki. The third one. Yata Mahanti Bhutani Bhuteshu Shvashvashvashvanu Pravistanya Pravistani Tatateshu Nateshvaham. It's same point. Oh Brahma, please know that the universal elements enter within the cosmos and at the same time do not enter into the cosmos. Similarly, I myself also exist within everything created, but at the same time I'm outside. So the philosophy of Krishna consciousness is what? Achintya Abed. Abed Tattva. It means he is there through he is everywhere through his energies, But he himself, Golokani Vasati Akilat Nabuta, is elsewhere, is in Golok. You follow? Is through his energies. This is energy of Krishna, this is energy of Krishna. It's Apara Prakriti, Apara Prakriti. We are Jivas, we are Para Prakriti, superior energy. He's present through his energies. He's present in all the realms of the creation, especially in the spiritual world, different forms, Lord Narayan, Ram, in Ayodhya, Nishingadev, Bhatasya, in a particular form that is attractive to those particular devotees, but he himself is enveloped in heavenly explained. This is the point. And according to your Bhav, like here you guys are totally into the Nishingadev, it's wonderful. So you must have been attracting Nishingadev here. Why didn't you attract Naradev? Why didn't you attract Matasya? So you know what I'm saying? Nishingadev manifested here. For some reasons of his own, he wanted to be worshipped by you. Some devotees gathered in this project because they feel appealed by Nishingadev. So the Lord manifests. If you had another craving for Ayagriva, you would have appeared there as Ayagriva. You follow? So the Lord matches the mood of the devotee. This is the point. Another quote, you can read at your own leisure time, 11:31:11. It's that verse deals with magician also. And the conclusion, Prabhupada gives a very succinct conclusion. Conclusion is that the Lord has no material body and therefore is never to be killed or changed. Nishingadev appears in months of May, recently he appears, it disappears. These are false notions. It doesn't no meaning. He appears because he's attracted by a lot of devotees and it disappears. It doesn't mean he's gone, it doesn't mean he's just apropos. It's non-manifested. Okay, 36. There's a question within verse 36 also. Yada mukundo bhagavan imam mahim jaho satamva shravaniya satyataha tadaha eva pratibuddha chitasam abhadra etu kali anvavartata.
The personality portrait of Krishna left this earthly planet in the self-same form. From that very day, Kali, who had already partly appeared, became fully manifest to create inauspicious conditions for those who are endowed with a poor form of knowledge.
So that's a very simple question: is how can one neutralize the effects of Kali? That's quite straightforward.
It says one can neutralize the effect of Kali by keeping oneself fully under the supreme care of the personality of God.
Yeah. Even Kali himself was kept at bay. He was there. But Krishna was on planet. No way, Kali. He was in one corner, he cannot do anything. And then even Maharaj Yudhishthira was there. Kali, Parikshit will come, you will see Kali will be cornered. So in the same way, Kali may come, knock at the door here, but if you take shelter of Krishna, Kali, what can you do? It's like Bhivanuga Thakur, you have seen. Mukti Devi is knocking at the door. She's trying to allure Bhivanuga Thakur towards Mukti, Moksha. He told her, okay, can I do some service, my dear Babaji? No, I'm okay. Even Mukti Devi is knocking. Bhakti Siddhanta used to say Kirtan Ras is the safest protection. Kirtan Ras. You want to Kirtan, Kali cannot, Maya cannot enter. This is the safest protection in the universe, Kirtan Ras. Big roaring Kirtan. There's no question. Okay, so straightforward, very straightforward here. Let's move on. So, yeah, so perhaps we can read out in one go up to 44, dealing with the retirement of Yudhishthira.
He, the read,
Yeah, 37 onwards.
he then started toward the north, treading the path accepted by his forefathers and great men.
I think where are you, Prabhu?
You said 44?
No. 44 will be the latest.
37.
Yeah, 37 up to 44.
Maharaj Yudhishthira was intelligent enough to understand the influence of the age of Kali, characterized by increasing avarice, falsehood, cheating, and violence throughout the capital, state, home, and among individuals. So he wisely prepared himself to leave home, and he dressed accordingly.
Therefore, in the capital of Hastinapura, he enthroned his grandson, who was trained and equally qualified as the emperor and master of all land, bordered on the seas.
Then he posted Rajva, the son of Yamuna, grandson of Krishna, and Mathura, as the king of Shiva Sena. Afterward, Maharaj Yudhishthira performed a Praja sacrifice and led himself to fire for the prison household.
Maharaj Yudhishthira at once relinquished all his garments, belts, and ornaments of the royal order and became completely disinterested and unattached to everything.
Then he amalgamated all his organs into the mind, then the mind into the heart, life into the weaving, his total existence into the embodiment of the 5 elements, and his body into death. Then, as pure self, he became free from the material conception of life.
Thus annihilating the gross body of 5 elements into the 3 qualitative modes of material nature, merged them in one nescience, and then absorbed that nescience in the self, Brahman, which is inexhaustible in all circumstances.
After that, Maharaj Yudhishthira dressed himself in torn clothing, gave up eating all solid foods, voluntarily became dumb, and let his hair hang loose. All this combined to make him look like an urchin or madman with no occupation. He did not depend on his brothers for anything, and just like a deaf man, he heard nothing.
He then started towards the north, treating the path accepted by his forefathers and great men, to devote himself completely to the love of the Supreme Personality of God. And he lived in that way, wherever he went.
The younger brothers of Maharaj Yudhishthira observed.
Actually, Prabhu,
So sorry.
let's stop here because it's okay, I'm sorry. Then we'll touch the very final section from 45. There's 50 verse in that chapter, 51. By the way, before I move on, see, this is the proof that Maharaj Yudhishthira used to rule on the whole Jambudvip. Sometimes devotees speculate on that. They say, no, it's not possible. This is the whole Jambudvip, 112.5. And you will see, same with Parikshit Maharaj. I don't know if you know about Jambudvip in the 5th canto. It's huge. What is Jambudvip? The central Dvip island of Bhumanda. There's 9 versions within Jambudvip. Kimpurushvash, Harivash, Bharatvash. Big. Not only the planet Earth. Now, within within Bharatvash, if you divide it still in 9 divisions, one of the 9s is this globe, the Earth globe. So it's tiny. Our planet is 40,000 kilometers around. That's only 1/9 of Bharadvaj. And Bharadvaj is 1/9 of Jambudvip. You follow? So you have to understand that we're not dealing with some Indian kings here. We're dealing with Chakravarti, emperor of the whole island. Even other Vaishyas, they are subservient to Maharaj Parikshit or Yudhishthira. You will see when Maharaj Yudhishthira will send his brothers to fetch some gold because he has to do the Rajasuya Yagya. And they are broke because the battle, the expenditures were colossal for the battle. After they're broke, he would send his brothers, please collect some gold. I have to do Rajasuya Yagya in accordance with Lord Krishna to be enthroned as the emperor. Krishna wanted that. Prabhupada said in the purport it cost $100 million. That would be the equivalent of 100 million to do a Rajasuya Yagya today. It's not a joke. So, and you can see the brothers go way far from Hastinapur, and they enter even other realms unknown to us today. In those days, the interplanetary traveling was common. Now people hardly believe that there's life on other planets. They're so backwards. In those days, it was common affair. Do I doubt if you're from Norway and you go to Norway, you go to America, you go to anyone is going to doubt this? In the same way, in those days, it was common affair. Traveling to different planets, common affair. Because the consciousness has shrunk so much. Or scope, the perception of the reality is shrinking also due to the lowly consciousness. Yes, Prabhu.
So other Varsha's, they are more subtle level, so they're not visible and they don't contact this area.
In Kali Yuga, it's mentioned not even the demigods come and pass water. Not even the demigods come and pass water.
Okay.
So just like France, GBCs have been avoiding France for 30 years. We have 2 GBCs for the last 22 years. And sometimes we ask them, how come there's no other GBC? They say, because no one wants to take France. No GBC wants to take over France. So we have 2 GBCs for the last 30 years. Even though at times we would like to change, but there's no replacement. So in the same way, Kali Yuga, no higher entities is interested in this, especially on Earth. That is why we have great personalities like Srila Prabhupada. He's way more than a demigod Prabhupada. He's Parshad of the Lord. He comes. That is pure mercy. It's not that we owe that he comes. No, this is a sheer mercy. This is unmotivated mercy, causeless mercy. Why did he come? Do we have the adhikar that he comes? Do we have the eligibility that no? It's causeless. Totally causeless. So let's go back to the topic. What lesson can be drawn from Maharaj Yudhishthira's retirement? And we discussed, Prabhu read out. There's a lot to draw. But we can discuss it for a few minutes. Yes, Prabhu.
One principle is that he installed his predecessors before he left.
Exactly. He's very responsible. Even you will see very soon, Sutta Goswami will tell the sages, how come you can, my dear sages, you were engaged in a 1,000 your old sacrifice. Who made it possible for you to do that? Maharaj Parikshit is such a genius administrator. He had put aside money for them to partake of that yagya of 1,000 years. He put aside some money so that they can engage in the yagya for the benefit of mankind. Actually, we should be patronized by the state of Germany, the state of France, the state of Norway. If we were in Vedic times, we should get a salary every month. You understand? You guys do your job. You preach around the land. You organize Gita, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. You go around in the factories. Prabhupada said to Indira Gandhi when he met her in 75, this is my program. You are the head of the state. You give orders, any factory of India, morning, a little Bhagavatam, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, some puja, again at the end of the day. He preached me Indira Gandhi like this. And she was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. He was much older than her. Papa wanted to ring Parliament even in India. She didn't do it, of course. If you approach your leader here, will he do it? Will the French Macron do it? No. But that's Prabhupada said, unless and until we are patronized by the leaders, the political leaders, ISKCON will not propagate on a big level. It will be little here, little there, progressing, but not on a huge scale. It will happen when the leaders click, because they have the executive power. We don't have the executive power. They have the executive power. So Maharaj Parikshit, was extremely responsible. See, he put in place Brajra, Parikshit. He didn't slam the door to hell with everything. Very responsible person. What else can we say, Prabhu?
That he's able to just change his decision, I thought. It's just remarkable how he's like a king, all life very responsible, and then suddenly he can just leave it all.
Exactly. This is amazing. Leaders would be like Gandhi. Prabhupada wrote to him in 1947, 1 month. He got shot in January 48. In December, Prabhupada wrote to him, it would behoove you to step down. You're such a wise man. It was worldwide known. You should take shelter of the Gita. It would behoove you. Otherwise, you may have an infamous death. It happened. It happened. He got shot. Of course, he yelled, Ram. It's a good one. Yes, probably. Someone else, Yashomakinandana, you want to say something?
Sure, Prabhupada says that a sincere devotee like Maharaj Yudhisthira must abide to the instructions of the Supreme Lord.
Yeah. Definitely, there's no difference between the Lord and a pure devotee like this. It's called Samadarshanat. They have the same darshan, same darshan. They have the same. Practically, like the glove on the hand we discussed. Yes, Prabhu?
Even though he was a pure devotee, he still followed this process of Ashtanga Yoga. Maybe to show us an example for.
That's peculiar. For me, I still have time to reconcile. What's the need, we could say. But you will see, even Dhritarashtra, you covered that already. Remember, Dhritarashtra there were 2 types of liberation, Dhir and Narottam. He didn't get Narottam, he got Dhir. Dhir means, you have seen Dhritarashtra, also amalgamating the elements into one another. It looks like it is the norm. The very fact, the Bhakti Yoga as we know it today in ISKCON, that's quite recent. But the norms for millennia was this Ashtanga Yoga, merging. You have seen Duryodhana at the end of the battle. Where is he? Is he hiding? He's hiding somewhere. Where is he hiding? Duryodhana. Everyone is dead. Battle is over. The Pandavas are searching for Duryodhana because they cannot find his body. Where is he? He's hiding. Where? In the water. Can you hide in your water? For how long can you hide in the water? 1 minute. So they have city. They have, even though he's an evil person, we know, but it looks like it was the norm in their childhood. They would learn this process, how to technically merge all the elements into one another. That was the norm. When you study Bhagavatam, you can see very often times this process comes again and again, merging the elements. Yes, Prabhu. Yeah, so don't jump too fast. He was in the water. Yudhishthira knew. How can you hide things to Yudhishthira? He hasn't even uttered a lie in this life. He's an extremely pure person, Yudhishthira. He's the son of Yamaraj. He knew where Duryodhana is hiding in the water. And he provoked him. You're coward, you're nonsense, you're hiding, you're a woman. Yudhishthira, you don't know that. He came out. And then the fight ensued. You follow? Duryodhana said, okay, let's fight. And then he said, oh, you are weaklings, I'll fight with me. And then you know the story. Balaram came. So what else can we say? Very responsible, in strong Parikshit, yes?
Also, he was responsible in the sense that he gave an example. That
Yeah.
he was not like Gandhi.
He was not?
Like Gandhi.
Yeah.
He didn't cling to a position.
Exactly. Prabhupada used to say something, that he didn't coin that saying, but beautiful saying about Gandhi. He says, amongst the politicians, he's a saint. Amongst the saints, is a politician. I said, well put. Prabhupada used to say, I can criticize Gandhi, you cannot criticize me. He said that. Because Gandhi is Gandhi. Even when he would enter the court, he would be sitting as a criminal. He was not a criminal per se, he was a political activist. So he was prosecuted by the British courts. Even the judge would get up. The British judge would get up out of respect. Such a big man. But is he a Mahatma? Mahatma nastu mam paratam divim prakritim ashitaha. Does he fit the bill described in 913? Mahatma, someone who takes shelter of the internal energy. So the term Mahatma doesn't apply to Gandhi. Prabhupada said, yeah, I can criticize, you cannot criticize. So we should keep away. Okay, I think we covered it. Let's perhaps, I've got some stuff from Jiv Goswami here. Yeah. See? Krama Sandarbha is coming from Jiva Goswami. Krama means order sequentially. Someone can read. There's a mistake here. It's a C. Yeah, the how do you say the margin is a bit messed up. Huh? I don't know. What is that? The approach of Kali Yuga was only a stimulus for his renunciation. You follow? He could, we could speak about hours about Kali. Oh, this is bad and it's not fair, blah, blah, blah. He didn't bother even to discuss about Kali. That for him, it was a stimulus to just leave the place. You follow? what is his real cause? They cannot bear the separation of the Lord. They cannot bear. Arjun could not bear. Have you seen the state of Arjun? Have you seen the state of Yudhishthira? He lives, finished. Doesn't even bother about his brothers or his wives. Then we can read that. Cannot live without the Lord. Fresh blood is needed. In ISKCON also. You can see how many years will we see the Prabhupada disciples? I remember I saw in my own life disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Have you ever seen disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur? I saw Sridhar Maharaj in 88. You see Sridhar Maharaj, you just fall like a stick. I saw Puri Maharaj. I saw two Puri Maharaj. Prabhupada used to say, any one of my god brothers knows more than all ISKCON devotees combined. We are thinking, well, I know a few shlokas, not to know more. I don't know if you have listened to the class of Sridhar Maharaj. It's like, not even from this world. So, and very soon, Prabhupada disciples, you will say, oh, I met Prabhupada disciple. People will say, is it? In 10 years, 20 years from now, I met Indra Prabhu. Is it? People will not believe. I met this Prabhu. Is it? It will happen like this. So we are next. I mean, I would say I'm between the two. It's like that. The whole life is rolling, even within Islam. So let's read that section here. As soon as
As soon as there is some young fellow to look after the household affairs, one should at once retire from family life to uplift oneself to spiritual realization. One should not rot in the dark well of household life till one is dragged out by the will of Yamaraj. Modern politicians should take lessons from Maharaj Yudhishthira about voluntary retirement from active life and should make room for the younger generation. Also, retired old gentlemen should take lessons from him and leave home for spiritual realization before forcefully dragged away to meet death.
the Prabhupada is very graphic. You can adapt if you have some realization from that lesson. That's Andakupam, it says, in Sanskrit. Andakupam is the dark well of family life. Yes, Prabhu.
Maybe Krishna arranges for his devotees to forcibly take them, because it's a problem for everyone to leave, even family affection to wives, kids. So often they have to go by force.
Yeah, and also, I don't know about your realization, but I've seen family life, even within ISKCON, is not a joke. It's not picnic. It's not a picnic, isn't it? So you get sufficient hardship, even within Grihastha ashram. To drive, Krishna wants you to drive the point home. Even your wife may be Krishna conscious to some extent, your kids also, but it's not every day Sunday. It's not a picnic. So that's also somewhat the mercy of Krishna. Because the wife is also a bit fed up with you. You're a bit fed up with the wife after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. So it is also somewhat the mercy of the Lord that if it was rosy all the time, I could understand what you're saying, but it's not so rosy all the time, even within ISKCON, even in a married couple. That's also, to my understanding, that's also a grace of the Lord. So you can move on. Yes, Prabhu.
I was thinking about this when we were reading chapter 13 before, that Dhritarashtra, he was clinging to his material situation, and he needed that preaching of Vidura to make him and go. So, and I was thinking that in one sense I'm practicing the spiritual life already, but there may come times when we have to cut with all previous situations. And I was thinking that I'm scared, I'm not ready for this.
Yeah.
So what is your realization? How much are we preparing ourselves automatically, and how much does it need a conscious looking ahead to that point?
Yeah, it's understandable. You are still quite young. So, I mean, someone tells you, Prabhu, take sannyas now. Don't get married at all. My Guru Maharaj got this instruction from Prabhupada indirectly. He was young. He joined in 76, must have gotten it in 77. He was 44, 32. And he told me the story. Marishwari was massaging Srila Prabhupada on the rooftop, and he was the secretary for Indian Affairs. He would write a correspondence in Hindi, show to Prabhupada. Prabhupada would correct, and again, he would finalize the letter, send them off. So he went on the rooftop to show his work, the letters. Prabhupada was having his massage. And even though he finished his duty, he showed the letter, Prabhupada rectified it. He stayed along, he stayed further, he stayed longer. And all of a sudden, Srila Prabhupada started preaching, not to him, but in general. And he told everyone, Marishwari was there, and my guru, Bhakti Charuman. There was no one else. And he talked about, we've been given so many lives to Maya. Why don't we give one life to Krishna and see for the difference? And my guru told us, I was not the only one to listen. He said he heard, and he could feel actually Prabhupada is speaking to him indirectly. And he asked for sannyas, and he got sannyas in Nanyatra 77. So he got the point, he got the point. Prabhupada didn't tell him, you stop this and you don't marry and you... No, he was not forceful. Indirect, but he got the point. Someone else may not have gotten the point. You follow? So, in other words, Krishna, Prabhupada, your guru, they're not forceful. They give you a clue. If you're sharp enough, you catch the clue. If you're not sharp enough, you don't catch it. You follow? It's all about finesse. It's finesse, If you catch the intention of the guru behind his words, then you act upon it. If you don't catch it, doesn't mean you're doomed, but later perhaps you will catch it. Just like Prabhupada, how many times his Guru Maharaj appeared in dream and told him, what did he tell him? Take sannyas. And Prabhupada said, I was horrified. Even Prabhupada said, because he had a wife, 5 kids, I believe. And it was beginning of his married life. First dreams were practically in the beginning. And all along he had dreams. And he was very honest. He said, I was not ready. I didn't act upon it. Even his taking sannyas was somewhat complicated. I don't know if you know the details. He asked a few of his godbrothers. They kind of blackmailed him. Yes, but you work for us. Prabhupada was a freelancer. He was not mingling so much with the godbrothers, except for a few Sridhar Maharaj and others. But he asked Bhakti Tirth Maharaj, he said, yes, but you work for us. You stay in the mat. Prabhupada was, okay, thank you. Then one of his godbrothers, I believe it's someone indicated to him you should take sannyas from Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj. Because not many godbrothers wanted to give Prabhupada sannyas. You should know that. And one godbrother told him, you should ask him, I think he will want. Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, the guru of Narayana. And Prabhupada asked him, any you could. And he had to preach to him. Prabhupada was not so convinced, but Bhakti Pragyan Keshav preached to him. Yes, this is the best way to wholeheartedly preach. You follow? So, I think we finished now with that section. Okay? So let's move on. Yes, 38. In one sense, it's within that section that we read already. What are the three things? What is it? What three things disappeared during Maharaj's Parikshit or Yudhishthira's reigns? I don't want to show you the picture. I mean the answer. It's all there in the purport. It's not complicated. Right? Question is in your manual. Perhaps let me go back to the manual. Okay, we are here.
What three things?
I'm a little confused here. Oh yeah, I got it wrong. Sorry. Yeah. Why was the king of Hastinapur? Why did he accept? Why was he accepted as the emperor of the world? Yeah, I don't know why I got it wrong. Try to answer this one, and I'll have to rectify here. Made a mistake. Okay, it's coming here. It's coming here. So answer. Yes, Prabhu. Oh, I thought you made it. See, Vinayinam. Why was he accepted? Vinayinam, because he was properly trained. You have seen democracy, demon crazy, Prabhupada used to say. What happened in Germany? What happened in France? They take one guy from the populace. Populace means population. One of us. And he is polished. He goes to some polished school in Paris or in Germany. You have certainly some high-flawed universities. He's polished how to speak, rhetoric, diplomacy. Is prepared by the banking world, the global order, and then is dispatched on the throne. He's just one of the guys from the population, from the populace. Actually. Whereas in Vedic times, Vinayinam, from the age of 4 or 5, the guru would detect, yes, this boy has the profile of a Kshatriya. Even if it is not the king, the Rajaputra, may not be the Rajaputra. There was one king way before Shantanu in the line of Kuru. He had 3 sons. Because in those days, all those boys would go to the same Gurukul, under the same Gurukuli, and the same Pati, the same Kula. It's called Kula, the master of the Gurukul. You would find the farmer's boy, you would find the king's boy, the Rajkumar, the Vishya. They're all sitting in there hearing Brahmavidya, Brahmagyan. And ideally, it should be like this. The king should succeed to the father. But not necessarily. There was an instance in the line of Kuru, way back, way before Shantanu even. He had 3 boys, and the king could see, in accordance with the guru, they're not fit. So the king decided, I'm not going to give you the throne. I'm sorry. And then he picked up someone else from the king. And the guru, he advised, yes, you're right, it's a nice pick. He was not a king. He was not a Rajkumar, this one. That was the first time in history, actually, that defeats Smarta Brahmanisms, because Smarta Brahmanisms, that's their line of thought. My son is a Brahmin. He's a Brahmin because I'm a Brahmin, he must be a Brahmin. This has killed India. These are the three plights that killed India. Smarta Brahmanism, Mayavadism, Smarta, Mayavadism, and Shaktas, the Shaktas. Shaktas means they consider all the Shaktis are equal to the Lord. Durga, Ganesh, Shiva. So that's a beautiful exemplary of that king, Kuru king. He gave the throne to someone else outside his three sons because he knew they're not fit. So here, Vinayinam, he was trained. Who trained Maharaj Yudhishthira? Who trained? Not Bhima, Bhishma. No, sorry, you say, I thought you were Bhima. Yeah, Bhishma, Guru Drona. Huh? Look at even the case of Maharaj Parikshit, it's even more, it's more dramatic. You're going to see very soon coming up, chapter 16 perhaps. Who trained Maharaj Parikshit? Who is Kripacharya?
Killer of his father.
Is what?
He killed the father of him.
Kripacharya was part of the gang that killed Abhimanyu. You follow? Abhimanyu was killed by 9 Marathi. 9. Unfairly, totally unfairly. And one of the 9 was Kripacharya. And so much so that later, when Maharaj Yudhishthira is going to retire now, you will see, coming up next chapter, I believe, is going to entrust the young boy to Kripacharya. How can you reconcile this? He's giving the boy to one of the murderers of his father. You follow? This is ridiculous. That's mind-boggling. You're giving your son for education to one of the murderers of the father of the boy. That's ridiculous. There's no grudges. He was part of, yes, he was part of the 9 who killed Abhimanyu, the father, but it was meant to happen. If you know the story behind Abhimanyu's life, then you understand. What is the story behind? We have to finish. I should not so much linger. The story behind is when Brahma, he told Chandradev, there's going to be a huge battle on earth. I want your son, the son of Chandradev, Moon. Give me your son for the battle. So Chandradev said, no way. Just please, not long, give it to me for this battle is important. Brahma was even concerned with the battle. So finally, Brahma pleaded, and Chandradev, he said, yes, only 1 month of demigod. So 16 years. Abhimanyu was killed at 16, right? 16 means practically 2 days of demigod. I mean, 1 day of demigod is like, what is it? 2 days of demigod is 1 year of earth, right? So 16 by 2, it's like 1 month, 32 days. So that is why actually it's Krishna Lila. This Abhimanyu was killed at 16, which corresponds to 1 month of demigod. And he went there. Because Brahma had given his word to Chandradev, the father. But lucky enough, the wife was pregnant. The wife of Parikshit, of Abhimanyu. She was pregnant with Parikshit. So the continuation carried on, the dynasty carried on. So you can see all the leelas of Krishna. It's amazing. So here, basically, Vinayinam was properly trained. Prabhupada goes on to say, when you have such a king, People are not disturbed. People are readily giving their money for that income tax. And when there is a drought or famine or pestilence in the kingdom, the king will readily give back in terms of wheat, milk. You understand? They're not anchoring to the taxes to do their nonsense. Like today, having scandals day and night. The king is like a father. My dear Veshya, I know it's been 2-3 years heavily, no rain, please tax them. All the taxes that were collected is given in the form of amenities, resources. Such a great king. People are happy there. They want to pay the taxes. They're like children. And this is what's going to happen. You will see, Kali will infiltrate in the mind of the shrinking, the Brahminical order. This is the first blow of Kali. Let's move on. This is the last section of this chapter. Everyone departs. So you can read out, I think we'll start at 44, finish up the chapter from, I would say, 45, I believe, up to the end.
He then started towards the north, leading the path accepted by his forefathers and great men, to devote himself completely to the thoughts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he lived in that way wherever he went.
The younger brothers of Maharaj Yudhishthira observed that the age of Kali had already arrived throughout the world, and that the citizens of the kingdom were already affected by irreligious practice. Therefore, they decided to follow the footsteps of their elder brother.
They all had performed all the principles of religion, and as a result, rightly decided that the lotus tree of the Lord Sri Krishna, or the supreme goal of life of all. Therefore, they meditated upon his feet without interruption.
Thus, by pure consciousness, due to constant devotional remembrance, they attained the spiritual sky, which is ruled over the supreme Narayan, Lord Krishna. This is attained only by those who meditate upon the one supreme Lord without deviation. This abode of the Lord Shri Krishna, known as Goloka Vrindavan, cannot be attained by persons who are absorbed in the material conception of life. But the Pandavas, being completely washed of all material contamination, attained the abode in the very same bodies.
So this is the proof, If one day someone argues, give me the proof that the Pandavas went back to Goloka, you tell him 1:15:48. Finished. Yes, carry on.
The Dura, while on pilgrimage, left his body at the pass. Because he was absorbed in Lord Krishna, he was received by the denizens of the Pitri Loka planet, where he returned to his original home.
Draupadi also thought that her husband, without caring for her, were leaving home. He knew well about Lord Vasudeva, Krishna, the personality of women. Both she and Subhadra became absorbed in thoughts of the Krishna and attained the same result as Parents did.
The subject of the departure of the sons of Pandu for the ultimate goal of life back to Godhead is fully auspicious and is perfectly pure. Therefore, anyone who hears this narration with devotional faith certainly gains the devotional service of the Lord, the highest perfection of life.
So what is it called? That boon? Oftentimes in Bhagavatam you find, it's called Prabhu, Yoshametananda, Shruti Phal. And this is, we discussed way back in 112, remember? Kim Vapare Ishvara. There's no need of any other literature. Takshanat, immediately. Rijavarujate, Trakritivi, Shushushubis, Takshanat. Those who are totally honest, or at least trying to be, will be totally benefited. Takshanat, immediately. No need of any other literature. So, yes, let's go over. The question is quite simple. The difference between Pandavas and Vidur. That's piece of cake. Yeah? What is it? And you can, it's not rocket science. What is it? Yes, Prabhu, back the time.
Pandavas went to Golokamunda, which is mutually both, and Vidura went to his post as Yamaraj.
As you remember, you know the story behind it. He was cursed by Mandakamuni. We cannot put them on the same footing. It's interesting because Vidu is much more senior. He's like an uncle. But still, Pandavas are Vishnu Parikar. Vishnu Parikar means companions. In the seventh canto, you look it up, conversation between Yudhishthira and Narad is called chapter Instructions for the Civilized People. Within that chapter, even Narad, he acknowledges, he says, I'm just a rank and file devotee. You Pandavas, you are personal associates of the law. The law come in and out of your house like one of yours. I'm just a general devotee. Narad, and it's true in that sense. It's true. Narad is not false, having false humility. Narad placed himself below the Pandavas. In terms of hierarchy, in terms of rasa, it's fine. Narad is Vedic, right? He's an epitome of Vedic background. Yes, Paul.
A question about place where the Pandavas went, because in what the letter of Prabhupada, they said that Arjuna is always in a earthly leader.
Yeah, that's true. That's,
He said Golokamunda, and so how is it over?
yeah, true. I'll give you that letter. It's a mind-boggling letter, 68. In other words, it's piece of cake for Arjun. You will see in that letter. He says, Arjun can duplicate himself unlimitedly. He can be in Golok, he can be in Bhavanila. Usually a yogi can duplicate up to 9. Now you have seen the story of Kadama Muni and Devavati, beginning of the third canto, up to 9. But not the case of Arjun, unlimited. Kunti also. So yes, Vidu is basically Vibhutimat Sadvat, it's called, right, in Sanskrit. It means it's an agent, it's an administrative. Pitrilok. Pitrilok is very close to the bottom of the universe. This is where Yamlok, Yamaraj lives. Yamaraj is the biggest demigod after Brahma. He is the one who has the biggest service. Prabhupada explained. He can directly tap into the Paramatma. In other words, Yamaraj can know what you think now or what I think, if he wants to. He has a particular prerogative. He can tap into the Paramatma. Whereas the Pandavas are beyond that, no doubt. Jiva Goswami, Vidura went to Yamalok in order to continue his job in a bodily expansion as a pastime. This is Jiva Goswami. Vidu Vijwanath. Vidu was an incarnation of a Devata, not an eternal associate. Therefore, he gave up his body. The Pitri had come to lead him to his abode. So he took a break. Remember, he was cursed by Mandukamuni. And he basically that's a smart break. You take a break just in Krishna, you know. So, and he played a major role in the Mahabharata. How many times he rescued the boys, and he played a beautiful service. Okay, so for me, it's not easy to go that fast. I'm not used to going that fast. Is it, were the other teachers going that fast also? Yeah, it's quite interesting because when I teach. I have my own institute. I'm going a little slow, but I mean, I respect your pace. Do you have any questions? Yes, Paul.
It's about the emperor Hastinapur. I mean, there's a time before that also all the kings in that Moon dynasty, they were considered emperor of the world. Like before he was who was that? Sultan.
Shantanu was, yes.
And then more back,
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
was considered the emperor.
It goes way back, way back. I've got a book at home. It's way back before Shantanu.
They were
I've got it in my room. You should get it if you love. I love genealogy. I've got it in my room. I bought it in Radabesh. It's practically as big as this screen. You see the genealogy. And Kuru is way up there. We say Kuru dynasty. It's one of the ancestors way centuries before Krishna. He's the one who started off. He's in the line of Puru. I don't know if you remember Puru in the 9th canto. Yayati, remember Yayati? He had a son, Puru, and there was a curse. Yayati was cursed, remember? You have to lose your use, and unless you can trade it off with one of your sons, remember? All the sons backed out. No way, my dear father. One agreed, Puru, way back. And then he became old. Yajati could enjoy like anything with other women. And finally, Yajati got the point. He pulled out from my eye. He retired. And then Puru got his use back, I believe. So in that line down below, Kuru will come. And Kuru is the ancestor of the Kuru dynasty. We're going way back. Now, Yajati is practically at the dawn of this Kalpa. Yeah.
They were considered emperor, and when the Pandavas were exiled in the forest, then Duryodhana was emperor.
Yeah. There were so many intrigues. You know the Mahabharata book. So many intrigues. The dice were rigged. Shakuni was playing the dice. They were totally rigged. So it was unfairness. We have seen 9th chapter already. We covered that with other teachers. Bhishma was crying. Only destiny, only time can be the result for so much adversities. You are sons of demigods. You are pure souls. What else could it be but time? They don't have karma, the Pandavas. They're not incurring the reactions of their karma. They're pure souls. You know the verse 1088:8. Yudhishthira is not in this section. 1088:8. Yudhishthira is even asking, my dear Krishna, I mean, come on, we are cosmic brothers. Why we are so much afflicted by destiny like this? Even Yudhishthira is asking the question. What is the answer of Krishna? Yasyaham anugrinami harishye tadanam shanay. When I show my mercy to someone, I remove everything. Prabhupada quotes that verse for himself. I've seen in the 50s, his wife is against him, the kids are against him. He's traveling, he has so many debts everywhere. He's trying to reclaim the money for all his customers. While he's traveling by train, his staff members are looting in his shop, taking the medicine, taking the cash in the cash register. Prabhupada saying that verse, I was shown this mercy. He lost everything. Prabhupada. I don't know if you know Padmanabh Goswami in Vrindavan. He was a friend of Prabhupada. I know his son. His name is, I forgot his name. He told me when he was a boy, he's Brajbasi, all life in Vrindavan. When he was a boy, he could see Prabhupada begging door to door in torn rags. stone rags, nothing to eat. He would beg chapati. Prabhupada was that poor. We only know Prabhupada, the world acharya, but behind the scenes, behind the curtains, there's another problem. It touched the bottom, materially. Begging for his food. This is the bottom. So he never lost faith. And Prabhupada showed him the real face of material nature. Of course, Krishna contradicts that in the Gita. What does he say? I provide what you need. So that's more like kindergarten level, But for big devotees like Maharaj Yudhishthira or Srila Prabhupada, it's a different lesson. Yasyaham manugrinani harishyeta dhanam shane. I remove everything. There's nothing left. So you have nothing else to do but to surrender to me, except surrendering to me. This is what happened to the great devotees. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, they tried to kill him. The smarter Brahmins. Okay, yes, Prabhu.
Could one not say in another sense that both personalities they don't really suffer like a conditioned soul?
Yes and no. I don't know if you know the story of Maharaj Rahugan in the 6th canto. Maharaj Rahugan and who else? Jad Bharat. Remember the story? Jad Bharat is very powerful. He's playing dumb and numb. Jad means inert, stone. And he's carrying the throne, the palanquin of the emperor Rahugan. There's some ants. He wants to avoid the ants, remember? And because of that, he's a bit hobbling. The palanquin is moving. The king comes out and blasts. Remember? Jad Bharat? And I don't know if you remember the insults that he hurls at Jad Bharat. Very piercing words. Prabhupada explained in the purport. Even though it's Jad Bharat, such an advanced person, he's realized. He got hurt by the piercing words. But he didn't act upon it. See? So you shouldn't say, well, they're transcendental, they don't feel hurt. No, they feel hurt, but they master of their senses. They feel hurt. You follow? You shouldn't be thinking, well, it's piece of cake. Rupa Goswami, is Rupa Manjari. Everything is happening in a rosy manner. No. They're struggling. But they're so Krishna conscious that for them it's not a drawback. You follow? Prabhupada never budged an inch from fulfilling the mandate of his guru, preaching in English. Even though he went through heavy stuff, upheavals and conflicts and not being held by his godbrothers and all. So we shouldn't be thinking, oh, it's a piece of cake, you don't have to worry, everything is happening automatically. There were times Prabhupada was even considering going back. In the beginning, 66. He would go back to the pier, where he had landed. He came by boat. And he would come back and check the schedule. Should I go back? Should I not go back? It was so heavy. So it was such a hardship the first year. He was weighing the pros and the cons. And each time he would delay. And the agent would say, so sir, you want to sign your return? Well, let me think about it. But he would come there to inquire. So see, Krishna is playing with the suspense. Prahlad Maharaj is pushed off the cliff. Narayan didn't pick him up from the beginning of the fall. He picked him up just before touching the rocks. So you can see the test. The test is heavier as you are advancing in spiritual life. Prahlad Maharaj didn't complain, didn't protect. I'm falling, no one is protecting me. Just before he touched, the Acharya mentions, just before he touched the rocks, they got him. Narayan got him. This is Prahlad Maharaj. We cannot imitate this. Lord Jesus Christ. And he's telling the Lord, please forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. So the test is there. For higher we go, look at Jayapataka Maharaj, I don't know if you were devotees in those days. A crazy guy stabbed him in the neck in Madrid airport. You were there in Islam? 20, 30 years ago. He was stabbed, a knife that long, in the neck. Only because he had a huge, massive neck, he said, he was saying. A fool, crazy guy. So the higher you are, the bigger the test. Hare Krishna. Anything. Thank you so much. So we meet again tomorrow. I will do chapter 16. So let's see the details for tomorrow. Tomorrow, chapter 16. Yeah. So it's a shorter chapter. It's much shorter. There's 36 verses. Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Shiva Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna.